Oh, yeah. Yes, we talking about it. Yeah, we were talking about it. We were just talking about it, right?
I'm not that bad.
So we better tell your mom what that was at these volunteers.
Muy bonita.
Straight swag. From small beginnings come great things.
And boy, do I appreciate them all.
What's up, bro? What's up, T-Mac? What's poppin'? Crazy shit.
Glad you ain't here, bruh. Nothing but squares and weirdos in this tube.
Morning. Good morning. Welcome to Oliver Hill Middle School. My name is Mrs. Bones, and I am your substitute. Let's first get the roll call out of the way. Sherman.
Miss B, please, allow me. Kashif Harris, at your service. Thank you. All right. Shermianisha Jenkins.
Here.
Ravioli Small.
Here.
Tristan Foster.
Here.
Summer Flint.
Here.
Restless Fleming.
Here.
My boy Melvin Curry.
Here.
My man Rico Rodriguez.
Here.
Coco Winston.
Here.
Aaron Jones.
Present.
Trill Fisher.
Here.
Kashif Harris. Kim Lisa Franklin.
Here.
Forever Richards. Gucci Stevens.
Here.
Harry Savage.
Here.
Erica Horowitz.
Here.
And Emphysema Wallace.
Here.
That's it.
Thank you, Kashif.
Anything for you, Miss B. Anything.
Now, a little bit about myself. I recently graduated from the University of Richmond with a degree in Afro-American Studies, and I'll be teaching 6th and 7th grade history. You'll have me for homeroom for the first and last 7 minutes of the day. Finish your homework or talk quietly amongst your friends. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask.
Can you get my pen?
Okay, class, you're dismissed. Good luck on your first day.
Hey, she, you broke up with Shorty already?
Yeah. What can I say? She'll get over it. All the swag can't be contained, bro. It's gotta be spread around.
Okay. Excuse me. Watch out! Watch out!
What are you doing, Troy?
Hide me!
What are you doing? Back up, bozo.
That's my little brother, okay?
Get from over here, Bernard.
Go pick on someone
Seriously.
You can leave too.
You can leave.
Bye.
See you,
Bye.
Bernard.
Bye.
Bye.
Seriously, go pick on someone else. What is wrong with you? Come on, Ed. Bye.
T-Mac, you coming, bro? Can't. Gotta do some stuff with my mom's.
All right, Pepper. Catch you later.
Look, girl, I have had enough. Go sit your butt down.
Thanks, Mrs. Foster. Please have a seat. We'll be starting shortly.
Hi, my name is Shirley.
I'm Gloria. Nice to meet you.
My knucklehead, Kashif. My oldest, Sharif, he's been scouting for years now. Which one is yours?
Tristan, the one glued to the notebook.
Oh, honey, at this age, better to have him glued to a notebook than something else. You know what I'm saying? Girl, I buy new socks every week.
Greetings and welcome to Troop 491's annual open house. Parents, we ask that you stay for the opening and afterwards you're free to leave. Our meetings begin promptly at 7:06 and end at 8:30 p.m. At this time, we'd like to get things started.
Dominique, please step forward.
Scouts promise, on my honor. I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, to obey the Scout law, to help other people at all times, to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. Scout's law is Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. Scout's motto, be prepared. Scout slogan, do a good turn daily. 2.
Parents, you are free to leave. Your children are in safe hands.
New Scouts? All right, let's line it up. Come on, gentlemen.
Sharif, you're going to guide these new members in the ways of scouting. Get someone from the other patrol to assist you.
Hello, what's your name?
My name's Tristy, but my friends call me T-Mac.
Cool. My name's Abdullah Mustafa Ahmed, but you can call me Abdul.
My main Dominique.
Let's get these boys acquainted with protocol.
Pay attention. Troop hierarchy. Troop 491 is now made of 3 patrols. Bulldog Patrol. Screaming Eagles. And this here is your patrol. You have to pick out a name and select leaders, but first, let's go with some general rules.
Here at Troop 491, we dress and speak accordingly. Shirts are tucked in, no sagging, no cursing, no fighting, no tobacco, no alcohol, and no drugs.
Meetings are mandatory. If you miss more than 3 meters a quarter, you will be dropped from the troop roster. Any questions?
Damn, can you do anything?
Let's go. Get those shirts tucked in.
Attention. At ease. Attention. At ease.
This is the Scout sign. This is the Scout salute. And this is the Scout handshake.
Attention. At ease. Attention. At ease.
Read and memorize the first 15 pages.
Keys.
Tristan, get your butt up. What are you still doing here? Tristan, wake up. I gotta go.
Time's up.
It's 9:30. You're late for school. Now, I ironed your uniform. It's hanging upstairs on the door. I have to work a double tonight, so I won't be home till the morning. Bye-bye, sweetie.
Yo, Coco, trying to link up?
Born and raised in the slums, was never new legit. Where they serve their own mother nigga just about some kicks. How the tenants ride past saying, what the f is this? Trash pile to the curb, cause posted people. He ain't never had a family, so he know he killing quick. I'm from where they said they mother sold it.
Come check out the Ghetto Picasso. We got paintings, $5. For $10, my man to draw you something fresh on the spot.
Oh, Tristan, these are nice. I gotta get you to draw me one. What you doing out here? Shouldn't you be in the house?
No.
No? I'll see you later, boo. Dang, T-Mac, I see you good. Man, it's dead out here.
Nice. You got skills, bruh. How much I owe you?
10.
Keep the change, man.
Thanks.
It's good to see a youngin' out here hustling. It's your little crew?
Yeah.
That's what it is. And y'all look out for each other, all right? All right, bro. Be easy.
Kenny's getting sleepy, so I'm gonna go ahead and take him home.
Okay. I'll see you.
Hey, yo, that be your boy Slim. Heard he was the one shooting at the store the other day.
Nobody said nothing?
Streets ain't talking, you feel me? Snitches get stitches and wind up in ditches. They end up in the river sleeping with the fishes, cause real niggas don't talk to 5-0. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Yo, bro, don't even trip over spilled milk, man. True. But I can spill some more.
Told you to stay up off her. Pushing you, homeboy.
You got this problem, dog. You better go get with your friends, dog.
It's about to turn up.
I got a whole bunch of problems with you right now.
I gotta get a better view.
Tristan, come on. Help? Help me. Shoot me, bro, please.
Bang on him.
Live, man.
Bang on him.
Let me live, man, please.
How are you, son?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm well. Trying to stay out of trouble's path, you know? Where's your mother?
She had to work.
So, how is everything? You just started middle school, right? Tell me about it.
School's straight. Passing all my classes with A's and B's. Taking art, advanced math, and history. Got a few classes with my boy Coco. Oh, and man, there's this teacher, Miss Bones. She banging. Look, I drew a picture.
Son, this is really good.
Thanks. Mom put me in art camps this summer. Learned a lot, and it was fun.
I see. Can I keep this?
Yeah, that's yours.
Oh, man.
She also signed me up for Boy Scouts. But I'm thinking about quitting.
Well, Scouts, that's a good thing, right? Why are you thinking about quitting?
It's boring. Wearing those uniforms. Stupid. I don't want people making fun of me. Life's already hard enough without that. I'm just trying to get my reputation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can dig it. There was this kid in my hood growing up. He was one of the Scouts. They used to do all sorts of fun outdoor stuff. I even wanted to be a scout myself. I wanted to join, but I was too afraid of what people might say, you know? Last I heard, he was a lawyer, downtown, being productive. Look at me, down 10 years, away from the people I truly love. You know, son, reputation is a funny thing. You're so busy trying to prove things that don't matter to people, and you lose sight of what's important.
That's easier to say in here, Pops. But I gotta live out there where important don't matter.
True. True that. You, son, have to decide what's important for you. Honestly, I'd be proud to know that my son was in the Scouts. For sure, my son one of them Eagle Janks.
Really?
Oh, man, yeah. Look, son, as long as you stay out of trouble and you don't wind up in here, I'm always gonna be proud of you, son. Always. Son, you are the best part of me.
That's good to know, Pop. There's something else I need to talk to you about.
What's up, son?
I saw someone get shot. Dead.
What do you mean, saw?
Saw. Killed him right in front of me.
Did they see your face?
Yeah.
What did your mom say?
I didn't tell her. She worries too much as it is.
Damn, boy. I think you done stepped in some shit. My father died when I was about 14 years old. And they shot him. Killed him over a freaking card game. But before he died, he sat me down and he told me something. He said, choices, chances, and consequences. The decisions that you make or don't make, they're gonna affect your future. He taught me that the hard way.
Okay. So what does that mean for me?
What are your choices, son? I mean, speaking up or keeping quiet, right? If you speak up, chances are you'll be putting your mother and yourself in harm's way. You know, folks don't like snitches.
Yeah, I know. They wind up in ditches.
Yeah. But if you keep quiet, well, chances are you might be left alone. Maybe. Maybe not. If you do keep quiet, you'll have to live with knowing that you did nothing. Son, it's tough either way. It's hard to say. Me, I probably would.
What? What would you do?
I would keep my mouth. Son, look, I can't make this decision for you, all right? This is something that you have to do on your own. You have to be your own man. But I know that you can do it. I know you can.
Looks good. Where's Tristan?
He was at school today.
He probably quit.
Probably, yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
There he is.
Hey, I was worried about you, Chief. I'm glad you're here. Okay, guys, let's move out.
Guys, that's the mayor, man.
Thank you for joining us on this auspicious occasion, the Eagle Scout ceremony for Akra Johnson and Zachary David Burns. Now, I've had the pleasure to work with these remarkable young men as they prepared for their Eagle project. And I can tell you that they have exhibited duty, sincerity, persistence, sacrifice, and astuteness. I know they are destined for great things. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Scoutmaster Towers.
Thank you, Pastor Brown. And good afternoon. You know, it is always moving to have families gather together, congratulations exchanged, and an opportunity for the younger scouts to see what they are striving for. It is my great honor to present to you Troop 491's newest Eagle Scouts, Akira Johnson and Zachary David Burns.
That's a lot of badges. Hope I can make it that far.
These young men have earned more than the required 21 merit badges, and they both have received full scholarships to attend any university in the state.
That was epic. I know, right?
That was cool, man.
Man, I gotta earn me some badge swag, bro.
Yeah, please, man. You gotta earn them, dumb nuts.
See, más respeto. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, respect.
All right, guys, listen up. Next Monday night's meeting is canceled.
Yes!
Instead, we will be meeting on Friday in preparation for our first overnight camping trip. Now, for you new scouts who've never been camping before, I'm gonna need for you to read the section on camping in your scout handbook, okay?
Gotcha.
Tristan, aren't you supposed to be packing for your camping trip?
I'm not going to camping. I'm going to Coco's house for a second.
Hey, Tristan.
Hey, TT.
Hey, boo, come over here and meet my new man.
Can't. I'm going camping.
You know that little nigga?
Yeah, that's my little boo. Don't be jealous. Bro, this championship is awesome, bro.
Get off.
One of us is gonna have to make the hike.
I guess I have to you, young blood.
Listen, let me for this. Use it, guide the guy there. See you up top.
All right.
Whoa!
Help him out.
Wow, man, what is in that bag?
It's loaded, bro.
Yo, Aaron, what's with the space bag?
Man, it looks like that bag is humping you, Aaron. We'll see who's laughing when you need saving. Are they leaving us? Are we being punked? No, guys, I've seen this in a movie before. Where they're leaving with no food, no way home. We're forced to eat each other like wild animals.
All right, you need to chill, Puss in Boots. My pops ain't leave me out here to be cannibalized. Just relax.
All right, everybody grab your packs. Let's get moving. We're hiking and camping. I like to do this before nightfall, okay?
All right, let's go, Squirts. Hiking? I thought we were camping. Nobody said anything about hiking. They go hand in hand, my friend.
Make sure you're with the buddy that you were assigned. I don't want to have to come looking for any of you.
Look for these nuts in your mouth.
Always with the nuts.
So, have you been camping before?
No, this is the first time ever really leaving the city. Right. Well, this should be fun. I hope so.
Get off that, dude.
The Bird Study Merit Badge pamphlet has plans for building birdhouses and feeding chickens.
That's fascinating. Awesome. First class, second class, Star, Life, and Eagle Scout. You're supposed to do all this before 18? Swag, bro. Like my main man Freddie D used to say, without struggle, there's no progress. Right.
Clay pasta?
Hey, Caddy. Look at all these requirements for Eagle. It says you gotta earn at least 22 merit badges, and one of them is swimming.
Swimming? I can't swim.
I mean, I do a little something, bro. I can float.
Sharif, they falling back. Nate, go check on them.
Oh. Hey, Caddy. Hey, Caddy.
Ladies, what is the holdup?
Hey, Nick, what you know about swimming badge? Ew.
You gotta swim like a mile using every stroke, like breaststroke, right stroke, left stroke, what's the best stroke, death stroke, tongue all down the throat.
Huh?
Biggie. B.I.G.?
Nah.
Nah, man.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Never mind.
Did you ever pass the test?
Someone said Forbes time to chomp.
Crazy kid.
Didn't Sharif say stay together?
What's that smell?
Do it's you, bro. You stink.
Did that cat have a stripe? Yeah, angry cat was striped. Oh, you smell like garbage juice, man. Abdu, that was a skunk, Holmes. You got sprayed with liquid musk. Oh!
Hey, yo, guys, wait up. Come on, skunk butt, keep up. Make sure you stay downwind at all times. Does anybody know where we are?
I told you they were
Stay together, guys. We don't want to get lost out here.
How's it over there? Tristan, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hurry up!
Took you boys long enough. What's the smell?
Skunk.
Okay, let's build camp.
Time out. Time out, please.
Someone get some tomato juice, double time.
Stranded, tired, with no end in sight to the forest, the three boys sat by the fire, waiting for their parents to return. Snap! Something moves in the bushes. The oldest boy picks up a stick for protection. Something is darting in the woods. Its beastly eyes shimmer in the moonlight. The boys stand to their feet, looking around frantically. The fire goes out.
Melvin, you good, bro?
Yeah, man.
Check your jaws. Make sure you ain't leaking.
The go up's kind of fun. Plates, right?
Yo, dude, what's up with the wiener, bro?
This has really been fun, guys.
Okay, guys. It's time to hit the sack.
Good night, guys.
Come on, guys. All right, early start.
Yo, Rico, stop all that snoring.
Help me.
Darn it.
Say you don't redo this every day. No, please. It still stinks in here, man.
You don't get this in the city. Don't get what? The stars. They light up the whole sky. Look there. What's that one? Oh, that's the North Star. You know it's the brightest. Yeah, it's peaceful out here. No sirens. No gunshots. No screaming. Just the sound of nature. Mad tranquil. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's kind of cool. Well, good night, man. Good night, bro.
Oh, just stand there, bro, please. Help me, please.
What am I supposed to do?
Please. Let me live, man, please. Help me.
Wake up! Rise and shine! Wake up! Rise and shine, guys!
What?
Wake up!
Skunk buzz doesn't like it. Exactly.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Towers.
Okay, today's task will be to establish your identity in the troop. Come up with a patrol name and yell. It can be anything you want. Then you need to choose a patrol leader and an assistant patrol leader. You guys got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, let's get ready to head out.
Yes, sir. Yo, bro, where y'all going?
Going fishing.
Oh, it's cool. Let's go, man.
Nah, little man. It's for the big dogs. You get your time.
Hello? No, I didn't get your call. I'm in the woods with the scouts. I told you about that last night. Hello? You don't hear no girl out here. Hello?
Hey, guys, hold on.
Real crazy, right?
Yeah.
You know that? You really sound
Let's go do something adventurous.
No, I'm out
Like
here with
what?
the scouts.
What you got in mind?
Follow me.
No, I did not Facebook her. What? Excuse me? You know what? You need to calm down. You really need to calm down right now because you really sound like you didn't take your medicine this morning. Hello? You know what? You really are being accusatory right now. I'm supposed to be watching the kids. Let me call you back.
even funnier to get screaming. I know, we like to be like, hey, all right, chill it. At least I don't snore like a big mama bear.
Come on, someone step up to the challenge and put some hair in your chest.
Okay, I'll do it.
Well, all right then. Aaron is our new patrol leader. Now, who wants to assist? Melvin, don't be shy. Oh, Tristan, you look like a natural leader. All in favor of Tristan, say aye. Aye. Well, there you have it. Tristan is our new assistant patrol leader. You see? That was easy.
Okay, patrol names. Any suggestions?
How about the Black Panther Patrol?
No.
No good?
No. Look, here. My brother gave me a list of old patrol names. Let me see.
Turtle Patrol?
Nah.
Flame Ninja Patrol?
Pause. For everything flaming.
Let me see that.
Second that.
Screaming Demons Patrol? Nah. Raptor Patrol? Nah. How about the Raccoon Patrol?
Coon Patrol? Epic fail.
Yeah. Our show is happens to be camping, boss.
What does that mean? I don't get it. Well, you see, what he's trying to say is... What? You said it, not me. Pine Tree Patrol? No. Raven? No. Stag? No. Viking? No. Alligator Patrol? No. Air Patrol? No. Buffalo Patrol?
Get back here. I get you, Aaron. Come on. Get back here. Come on, Aaron. Dude, you gotta be stronger than that. Whoa! Boy, what the heck are you doing, Rico? Yeah.
Lion. What do you mean, lion?
I have no idea what he's English, please. No speak Spanish. I saw a lion.
Come on, Rico. There aren't any lions in Virginia. Even I know that.
Tell that to the lion.
There's something big out there.
Run!
Guys, keep going.
Catching up to it.
This way. No, this way. Come on, guys. Oh, you want something?
Dude! I got it.
Got what?
The patrol name. Lions. The Muddy Lions.
Muddy lions, huh? Bet that up.
Muddy Lion Patrol. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
What was that? That's what my people say when we see a lion. Yo, we be the Muddy Lions repping Troop 491. We be the freshest of the fresh, and we stay having fun. Me and my recruit now officially officials, so please don't catch an issue. Double A, R to the on, chilling in the mud with all my new friends. Cause she's Tristan, Abdul, Melvin, and the boy Rico. We got the swag kicking into the scout code.
Where have you all been? Mr. Towers been looking all over for y'all.
We went for a little adventure. You are now looking at the newest patrol of Troop 491, the Muddy Lions.
Go get cleaned up. Let's load it on up. Come on, let's go. Told your parents I'll have you back on time, all right?
99 RVA.
And in the news, the circus has captured the 2 lions that escaped earlier this week. Reportedly, no one was harmed.
I told y'all.
Also in the news, police are still looking for information regarding that Church Hill murder that took place at the basketball courts last month. If you have any information regarding that, please contact your local Crime Stoppers. Now back to the music.
RVA.
We ain't on the corner, we just having fun, looking for no drama.
It really was.
Oh. You guys keep running him clown like that, bro.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yo, what's up, Meek?
What's up, fellas? I know you see me trying to entertain the young lady here, like, come on, guys.
Who are these little cutie pies?
Anything you want me to be.
Man, come on.
Hey, Tristan.
Hey. These are my young proteges that I'm grooming.
What you need to do is groom that mini fro. Did you ask your barber for the Drake look or something?
See you down here. Bye.
Afternoon.
Toby, more like world peace.
What's up?
What
Yo,
up?
these my boys.
Hey guys, so what y'all do this weekend?
Speaking with stupid swag.
Crazy chill.
Yeah. Had a Madden tournament, right? Then we hung out at the mall, then went to the arcade, and then hit a movie.
That sounds like fun. I just watched a Law and Order marathon with my grandma. Hey, why'd you tell her that?
All right, guys, huddle up. Look, what we do with the scouts just stay between us, all right? There's no need to broadcast it to the entire school. Discretion, my friends, is the key to survival in these shallow halls, you feel me?
Gotcha.
Second that.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. I'm canvassing the neighborhood, inquiring about a murder that took place at the basketball court a few weeks ago. You know anything about that?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Know anyone that goes by the name T-Mac?
No, sorry, officer.
Give me a call if you hear anything.
Once in a while, we got to move these vows. Once in a while, we got to move these vows. If I got styles and you got styles, then once in a while, we got to move. We say, hey, yo, it's me, the M to the A to the D, skills ripping drum fills, and I end it with a Z. I'm nice on the mic, but that ain't all for you to see.
Let's talk, little nigga. Like pain is pleasure, you feel me? I like the pain. Got this one for partner Sean and Brian. Got this because Lemonhead, rest in peace. And I got this. Death before dishonor. You know what honor is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
It's good. You know, your pops the one taught me that. Used to look out for a little nigga since my daddy wasn't around. He say, don't ever let nobody see no bitch in you. You do, you might as well be dead. Out here, you die for your reputation, know what I'm saying?
Look, I gotta bounce. My mom's waiting on me.
Pops still be walking now if folks kept their mouth shut. You know, some things meant to be kept quiet, you feel me?
I ain't said nothing to nobody.
Yeah, I know, bro. I appreciate that. But you're still in my way. Question is, how much in my way you fitting to be? Being a betting man. I like to put my cast on a sure thing. See, now we friends. Look after each other. Go and get you some new shoes or clothes or something.
Hi, can I go now?
Go on, little nigga. If we ain't friends, then know what it is.
Tristan, you're up. Demonstrate the Scout sign, salute, and handshake. Do you understand the Scout oath, law, motto, and slogan, and agree to live by them to the best of your ability?
Sir, yes, sir.
Good. Please recite the Scout law.
Scout law. A scout is trustworthy. A scout tells the truth. He is honest and he keeps his promises. People can depend on him. A scout is loyal. A scout is loyal to whom his loyalty is due. A scout is helpful. A scout cares about others. He helps those without expecting payment or reward. A scout is obedient. A scout follows the rules and laws of his community and country. A scout is brave. A scout can face danger although he is afraid. He has the courage to stand for what he thinks is right, even if people may laugh at him or threaten him. A scout is clean. A scout keeps his mind and body fit and clean. A scout is reverent. A scout is reverent toward God.
Good job. Let's give it up for the new Scouts, officially. Now, how many of you know the history of Scouting? Melvin.
The Scouts were founded in early 1900s by General Robert Baden-Powell.
Good, but it's deeper than that. Would you believe me if I said Scouts was conceived in Africa?
I told you guys who started everything.
That's right. As a military officer, Baden-Powell was stationed in Africa, what's now known as Zimbabwe, and during
Having people over Friday night. You wanna come?
Yeah, sure. I just gotta check on my mom.
Tribal rites of passage, where elders would take the young boys out into the wilderness and usher them into manhood.
Cool.
And we know from our ancestors that the maturation process from boy to man can be long and full of obstacles. But with the right guidance, we can create young, productive men who give back to the communities they live in. That is the duty of Scouts. To leave a ladder, drop a rope, extend a helping hand to those in need. And as you know, that uniform stands for something. It symbolizes honor, integrity, and loyalty. It is a beacon of light in times of darkness so that others do not turn back. And with that being said, the Muddy Lions are going to present the color guard at the Harvest Fest at school, and you guys are going to demonstrate that light for your peers.
What's up? What's a color guard?
I ain't doing it. Can't nobody make me do nothing I don't want.
Kashif, are you walking me to class or what?
Later, man.
Right this way, my dear.
Excuse me.
Didn't know you draw.
Yeah, I do a little something.
Nice, but why so violent?
I don't know.
You should draw more prettier things, like me.
Who said you were pretty?
You saying I'm not?
Nah, you all right.
Is this your mom? Like, is it just you two?
Yeah.
Oh, my parents are divorced too. My dad lives up in New York. Where your dad?
Prison.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No. It's not your fault.
Tristan, do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Okay. Here, call me.
T-Mac, what's good, bruh?
What's good?
So when we gonna chill, man? You stay busy.
Can't today.
Okay, when then?
Well, Friday I'm headed to my friend's house, so...
Why you hang with those lames?
Who?
Seriously, bruh. You trying to get your G status revoked.
Chill, man. You tripping, really. They may be a little different, but they're good people. You should give them a chance, because they're my friends, just like you. Besides, I keep my G status right here.
So whatever.
Hey, babies, come on in. How y'all doing? We're good. Aaron, your friends are here. You'll be right there.
What's up, bro? Yo, what's up, man?
Thanks for coming.
No problem. Wow, man. You live like them white folks.
Dang, I didn't know you lived in a mansion.
Mom, where'd you put the toilet? Oh my God!
This thing is massive. All right, good. All else fails. Aim for the throat. He'll be wide open for a kill shot. All right, good.
Now what you gonna do, huh?
How about that?
Oh, that's lame. No nut shine.
Hey.
Keep your head up to the sky. That's the way you gotta get it. Keep your head up to the sky. That's the way you gotta live it. 'Cause living good ain't impossible. You gotta find a way to get it. Living good ain't impossible. Just remember why you live it.
Yo, let me ask y'all a hypothetical question.
Hypothetical.
Yeah, that. If you saw someone do something bad, like real bad, what would you do?
Depends on how bad.
Bad, like a murder bad.
Hey, I'd tell somebody.
Yeah, I'd tell my brother, my folks, and they likely tell the police.
Really? You wouldn't be worried about people calling you a snitch or nothing?
Why would I? Pump that snitching crap. Look, my pop said that no snitching rule is a code of the streets. Like honor amongst thieves. Well, I ain't no thief, and I don't hang with criminals, so I'm not about that life, and neither are you. I mean, I ain't going around being a tattletale, but once you start hurting others, killing, stealing, or raping people, I say call 911 and lock them fools up, cause I don't want to live near them.
Yeah, me neither. I'm down with the rape-free society.
I saw this kid get murdered. Shot him right in front of me. Ah! I saw the whole thing and I didn't do a thing. I just ran. Closed my eyes and tried to wish it all away. But I can't escape it. Everywhere I go, I see him.
What could you have done?
I don't know. Something. Anything. I didn't do a thing. I didn't help. I wasn't brave. There's no honor in that.
Have you told anyone else?
In the free world, just you guys.
What you gonna do now?
I don't know.
Yo, but long as the mighty eagle rules the skies, black men keep dropping like flies. Yo,
Hey, yo, T. Hey, yo, T-Mac. Get in, bro. Come on, T. Yeah, boy, sip up. Don't be scared.
Pass that, pass that.
Ah, you got it. T-Mac, don't be a bitch. That's what I'm talking about, T.
Put that away.
What's going on? Why? Just pull over.
Go.
What's wrong? Just pull over.
Go, 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 go.
I got it.
Another fly, the guy swat.
Tristan Foster, Apple Winston, Captain Winston, Coco Winston, clean. Driver, Luther Thomas. He's got a juvenile record. He's the one we found a knife and a bag of weed on.
Yo, officer, they ain't know the car was stolen, man. That's all on me, bruh. Let him go.
Go on the book, Thomas. I'll take these boys to the station, have their folks come pick them up.
What's up, young blood? They got you babysitting.
Yeah, caught these boys driving around in a stolen car. Booked the driver, releasing these to their parents.
Yo, T-Mac, draw me flicking off the popo.
Tristan Foster. You enjoy your little joyride?
I didn't know the car was stolen.
That's too bad. Because what you don't know will kill you out here. You seem like a smart kid.
I am smart.
Then you should know you can't afford to make mistakes. Not looking like you do. You're sitting right where they want you. In the system. Just like your father.
Don't talk about my father. You don't know nothing about him, and you don't know nothing about me.
Sit down, little boy. I know more about you than you know about yourself. Single mother working her ass off. Father not around. Life pulling you different directions. Knowing that you want more, but not knowing how to grasp it.
Whatever.
I found it on the basketball court. It was on the ground near a murder scene. The young boy was found shot dead, and so far nobody's come forward with any information. I was thinking you might be able to assist me with that.
How could I help?
Let's cut the BS. I know you out there. Just tell me what you saw.
I didn't see anything. I heard the gunshots and I took off running. That's it.
You know what, Tristan? In life, no one exists alone. We're all part of something bigger. Society, a community of sorts. And in that community, you're either part of the problem or part of the solution. Now, which one are you?
Boy, I cannot believe you got me taking off work for this foolishness.
Mrs. Foster, we're gonna release Tristan into your custody. He's lucky to have someone that cares about him.
Thank you, Detective. I hope you talk some sense into him.
I tried.
Let's go, boy.
Tristan, the problem or the solution, son? The choice is yours.
Now you sit down there and you think about what you did. No phone, no TV, and I don't want you hanging with those Winston boys anymore. When you get out of school, you come straight home. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me help you with that.
No, thank you. I got it.
Suit yourself.
What did he want?
Nothing. You stay away from that boy. He looks like trouble.
Nobody said it's easy. Nobody said it's fire. I woke up. I don't know when. You keep shining, dog. You gon' lose another friend.
Today, the Muddy Lions will present the color guard.
Good luck today, guys. Good luck.
Thanks, Mrs. Bones.
I really don't want to.
No, we have to.
Fellas, what's happening?
I thought you weren't dressing.
I couldn't leave my boys hanging.
Mama Harris got in that butt, didn't she?
Yeah, you know it.
Figure. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
I guess so. Sí, mis amigos. Courage is clearly a readiness to risk self-humiliation.
Yo, where's Tristan?
I don't know. Looks like we're going on without him.
So.
You see those guys in those stupid uniforms? Wouldn't catch me dead wearing that.
I know, right?
I mean, who would want to wear that?
No, stupid.
Good morning. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh my God, look. Dude, uniform looks so stupid and cheap.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Well, look at this chump. Captain Funboy went and joined the Girl Scouts.
That's funny. You should audition for Saturday Night Live.
Hey, you won't be laughing so much when I finish pounding on you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on, Bernard? You got us a problem?
This don't concern you little Debbie do-gooders.
Well, if it concerns him, it concerns us.
Yeah. Us? What do you mean, us? Aaron's got this.
Yeah, us. We're the Muddy Lions, ain't we?
Yeah, appreciate that, fellas. But it's not necessary. I'm not gonna fight you.
You don't have much choice.
I warned you.
I am very disappointed. Look at you. Fighting in your scout uniforms? Now you guys know better than that.
But he started it.
So what? People are going to be pushing you around the rest of your lives. Violence can't be your only option unless you want to end up in the cemetery or the penitentiary. That's your choice. I'll tell you this, there is nothing more dangerous in this world than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity.
Huh? What's that mean?
It means you'll have something to think about while you're on in-school suspension with Coach Martin. You're his problem for the rest of the week. Wait. First, we're gonna call your parents. I think they'd like to hear what you've been doing today. Tristan, your mother at work?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice, man. Nice. Yo, don't sweat the guard mess. Just tell Mr. Towers you did it. We'll vouch for you.
Or thanks, no problem.
But you did flake on us today, bro. And that ain't cool. Friends don't abandon each other.
Say it ain't so, T-Mac. This what you been doing? Dressing up with the Boy Scouts?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. What you saying about?
Nah, bro, it's all right. So whatever.
Tristan, you're up. How was your day?
Today was definitely a wild day.
Tell me about your experience with the color guard.
Well,
Speak up, son. I can't hear you.
I didn't take part in the color guard today. I chickened out. Sat in the back while I watched my friends do what I was too afraid to. It was a weird feeling. I felt proud and ashamed at the same time. Very ambivalent.
Tristan, you should never regret the things you do. It's the things you don't do.
Yes, sir.
I have to commend your honesty, though, son. That's the makings of a good scout, a good man. However, you did not complete the requirements for this badge. You have to make it up next year.
I understand.
Good. Okay, guys, let's give it up for Aaron, Kashif, Abdu, Rico, and Melvin for completing the requirements for their citizenship in the community merit badges. All right, and you scouts who are still interested in the winter skiing trip, your money is due in 3 weeks.
Good job, guys. Now, how many of y'all can do the most push-ups? Now, how many of y'all can do the most push-ups for fighting in school today? Let's go. Line them up. You know we got eyes and ears everywhere. Push-up positions. Let's go. Front and center. Count them out nice and loud. I said down. Up. Down. Yeah, I'm not playing. Down.
They cut back my hours today at the hospital. I've been looking everywhere, but they're just not hiring without a degree. I don't know.
What's with all the lights?
They're off. Let me go, girl. I got to talk to this boy. Yeah, child. He done lost his mind. All right. All right, I love you too.
Hey, Mom. You're not gonna believe what happened today.
Ooh, let me guess. Get in a fight? A week of in-school suspension? Did I miss anything?
But how?
I put you in the Scouts so you wouldn't get in trouble, and that's all you've been doing.
But I had to help my friends. There was a bully picking on Aaron, so...
You're gonna take a break from the Scouts.
That's not fair.
Tristan Jermaine Foster. Get out of my face.
What's up, man? Nah, I quit that scout stuff. It's just not for me. Nah, you got it. All right. Easy.
Any word?
No answer.
nice job. How much do I owe you?
$350, like we agreed.
All right. Thanks. You can keep the supplies.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Dang, man. Look at that. It's sick, bro. Ay, qué bonito.
What are you guys doing?
Boy Coco told us we could find you here. Get him to check on you, man.
I'm good. Nobody asked y'all to come look for me.
What do you mean? You stopped coming to Scouts? You ain't been to school all week. We didn't know if you were sick or dead or something.
Yeah.
Well, as you can see, I'm still breathing. Everything's good.
Look, man, something's going on.
Get off of me, man.
Man, chill out.
Chill, fellas.
Nice. Look, why are you flexing? We just trying to help.
I don't need no help. You always think you can go around and fix something, but you can't fix this. Look around you, man. This crap is the unfixable. So just let me be. You don't belong here. None of y'all do. So I suggest that you get on your bikes and kick rocks.
Tristan.
We're your friends.
Yeah, man. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, T. A friend is someone that understands your past, believes in your future, accepts you just the way you are. So let us be your friend, man.
Yeah, let us.
Just get out of here.
Yo, Rico, you just pull those coats off your butt or something?
Sometimes.
Yesterday is gone. Please don't shed another tear. Hold on. Tomorrow will soon be here. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angel, you are to me. In my heart, you'll always be. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. Yesterday is gone. Please don't start another fight. Be strong. Tomorrow will bring new light. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angel, you are to me. In my heart, you'll always be.
Yeah, meet me at 4 p.m. Don't be late, all right? Yeah, they coming too. For sure. Bet. Appreciate it, man.
Son, I know that it seems like life is complicated. It all boils down to three things: choices, chances, and consequences. The decisions that you make or don't make, they're gonna determine your future.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Mom. I'm in the kitchen.
I like the sound of that.
Mom, I have something for you.
What is it? Where did you get this?
I did some painting. Look, I know times are hard, but I just want to help.
Thank you, sweetie, but I don't want you worrying about money. I'd rather you just have fun and be my little boy. Okay?
Does that mean that I can...
Yes. You can go back to Scouts. What is it?
There's something else I need to talk to you about.
Baby, what is it? I'm proud of you, Tristan. Your father would be too. You know I love you.
I know. I love you too.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just go the other way.
No, Mom. Don't be afraid. This is our street, too.
It ain't my friend. How you doing, Mrs. Foster? Remember me?
She ain't got nothing to say to you.
Why is that, huh, Mrs. Foster? You been running your mouth, little nigga? What'd I tell you about that?
Death before dishonor. Remember? Like you said.
Just let us pass.
See, I can't let you do that. You gonna snitch on me, little nigga?
T, what's good? Sorry, baby. Just stop.
Hey, come on, bro. Let's go.
Oh, dang, is that a real gun?
What the hell is going on here?
You got enough bullets?
Freeze! Put the gun down. Down! Nobody set your stupid ass up. Set you up for what? I'm driving down the street and I see a man pointing a gun at a bunch of scouts. That's easy. I get paid extra to lock up fools like you. I hope you have a permit for this. Can't wait to run ballistics on this bad boy. See what fun you've been up to. Ruining my day off.
That was epic.
Yeah, man, I'm so cool, dude. Yeah, man, I got up in my status. Survived being held at gunpoint.
That was foolish. You're lucky I was here. How'd you know he wasn't gonna shoot you?
Choices, chances, consequences. I figure you've been hawking me ever since I left the station. You wouldn't let that happen.
That's quite a big gamble.
Living out here every day is a gamble. Always gotta be prepared. That's why I had my backup.
Yeah.
My son, a real live Eagle Jam.
Not an Eagle Scout yet, Pops. I got a long way to go before I get there.
But he can do it.
Ooh, I know he can.
It's a Scout's Medal of Honor. Supposed to get it tonight at the award ceremony. They let me have it early so I could show you.
They said Tristan was the first ever in the troop's history to get the award.
Oh, man, this is impressive, son. I'm so proud of you, man. You know, I was thinking about our conversation the last time that you came to talk about the code and everything. I ran it up to my OG in here. He said that the code's been all twisted now. It was supposed to be protecting our community from the inside and out. Take care of our own. Police our own.
Whatever happened to the code?
Fools flipped it. Took advantage of the code. Preying on it. When you start abusing your own, you are not deserving of the code of protection. You, son, you are different. That's what you are, son. A protector of the code. Of the community. Yeah, my son. Keeper of the light for others to know which way to go.
Today, we congratulate Tristan Jermaine Foster III for completing the Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. In addition, it is with great honor that I award Tristan the Medal of Honor. This young man has shown courage and leadership, exemplifying the principles of scouting. I truly look forward to watching Tristan excel through the scout ranks.
Congratulations, Tristan.
Thank you.
This is my son, Prince. He thinks he's a rapper. I'm thinking about signing him up for the Scouts. What do you think?
It's an adventure of a lifetime.
Just you a fool, man.
Mom, I'm tired. Can we go now?
Don't you see I'm talking?
Hey, yo, what up, T? Yeah, I heard you could rap. Go ask spit something for me.
Hey, yo, proud drop that beat. What's up, Tristan? Muddy Lion, Rico, Melvin, Aaron, Kashif, Coco Puffs. Shout out to the Breakfast Bunch. Hey, Aaron, I want your sister. Yeah, how y'all doing? Let's get into it. Some in the trusses in the streets I walk. Mine ending up in jail if you hear them talks. In our short years, we seen a lot. My boy Tristan witnessed a man get shot. Then life so cool became oh so hot. But let me take you back, I'ma start from the top. One day in the hood, man, shots rang out. Tristan mama got scared to sign him up for the scout. Oh, he didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. He didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. 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 Trust get made whether right or wrong. You gotta deal with the outcome, weak or strong. Breakfast bunch of the muddy lions. The lessons from the truth, they trying to keep it quiet. Snitches get stitches, what they heard from the game. He didn't want to risk being seen as a lame. Scouts on the code, preach honesty. With the hood out of code, it's the code of the streets. Oh, he didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. He didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. 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 Should I do my homework or go out and play? Somebody please show me the way. Should I hang with my friends that can't stay straight? Somebody please show me the way. What's right or wrong or what's cool or lying? Somebody please show me the way. Should I play the win and stay out the game? Somebody please show me the way. Should I do my homework or go out and play? Somebody please show me the way. Should I hang with my friends that can't stay straight? Somebody please show me the way. What's right or wrong or what's cool or lying? Somebody please show me the way. Should I play the win and stay out the game? Somebody please show me the way. Oh, he didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. He didn't know which way to run to the streets. I shoot 4-9 to run. Shoot 4-9 to run. Shoot 4-9 to run.
system got us fed up. Word, we chasing money, but it's fed up, and we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. Can't hold the city if their grief is on my back, but I can't stand to watch them pledge allegiance to the whack. Picture that. The fight to put the city on the map is being lost to people living in the city where I'm at. My ability to rap don't mean a thing, unless I take them out the trap and put some fingers on their rings. Look, so how I'm supposed to preach to a killer when life ain't nothing sweet for a killer, huh? Look, they want the honey from somebody with a buzz, so out of town people steady getting all the love. That rich city cobblestone that Nick talked about, it's messing up the tires on the road to make it out. So you better have some heart and a whole lot of drive. Four-wheel homie, cause this here a rough ride. So, and rap superstardom's all we aspire to. We ain't gon' have no doctors to heal this kind of wound. I know the world done messed our head up. Word, I know the system got us fed up. Word, we chasing money, but it's fed up, and we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. See, I was born and raised in the West End. Somebody hit a stick up off your shoulder, check him. I came to get this chip up off our shoulder, amen. So we can make our city take control of they spins. And Noah said I got it before I drop a project. Make sure that my message get these people out the projects. People here is heartless, heartless. Gold crowns in their mouth for toddlers. A prince without a father is never gonna rule. And we was kings up in this, before Jordan had a couple rings up in this. Before we only knew basketball and rap. Some teams on fitted caps and putting spinners on a lag. While we speak on flipping crack, different swag and this and that. This and cats a diamond ring, a wrist and match, remember that? And rap superstardom's all we aspire to. We ain't gon' have no doctors to heal these kind of wounds. I know the world done messed our head up. Word, I know the system got us fed up. Word, we chasing money, but it's fed up, and we ain't got none left. My city like shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. All about the shiny things, and everybody bite their tongue because they never got a taste of all the finer things. We ain't on the corner, we just having fun. We ain't looking for no drama.
We ain't acting crazy, just getting fly, but I'm pretty young.
We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all. Hide up in the kitchen, burn you with the quickness. Hating is a sickness. You see them over there gritting while I'm dipping with these vixens. Been through my convictions, so don't envy my position. I work for all that I'm getting. Stop talking, man, and just listen. That's how folks end up missing. These streets is oh so vicious, man. There's people in the James, and they ain't doing no fishing. No dreams, doing no wishes. In critical condition, I'm so sad I had to witness. Folks in trunks and ditches in these streets, you gon' have to run. I hope you work on your fitness. Stay out there. I can see them in my vision. I know the streets be talking. Tell me, do they ever listen? We ain't on the corner. We just having fun. We ain't looking for no drama.
We ain't acting crazy, just getting vibes, get them pretty young niggas.
We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all. We ain't even messing with y'all.
Make sure you know how to do it. And do it right. Cause we got the little kids out here. And if you got a gun, make sure you go to the shooting range and get your aim right. Cause we got these kids out here. And we out here.
Yesterday is gone. Please don't shed another tear. Hold on. Tomorrow will soon be here. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angel, you are to me. In my heart, you'll always be. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. Yesterday is gone. Please don't start another fight. Be strong. Tomorrow will bring new light. Raindrops in the sky. Spread your wings so you can fly. Angel, you are to me. In my heart, you'll always be. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity. In my memory, in my soul, in my mind for eternity.
How you doing? Come on, Cape Town, how you doing? All right. We are Jazz Funk Soul, and this is our first trip to Cape Town, and we're so happy to be here. What a beautiful audience, what a wonderful sight. You're really packing in this place. And have you had fun all day? Have you had fun? You want to keep having fun? I'll tell you what, you give us some love, and we'll give it right back to you. Because we certainly love being back in the motherland. That was a song from our first CD entitled Silver Lining. It featured Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards and Mr. Paul Jackson Jr. on the guitar. My name is Everett Hart, and you're going to be hearing from our wonderful rhythm section throughout the night, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. We're going to do a song from one of my earlier records, a song entitled All Jazzed Up and Nowhere to Go. Thank you.
All right, how you guys doing? This is my second time here, and I'm so glad to be back. Great to see this fantastic crowd. Very glad to be part of this incredible festival. There's so much great music, so many great musicians. We were hanging out at the hotel and just overwhelmed with how much talent we were just seeing all day. We're going to do a song for you off of our latest record, which is called More Serious Business, and this song is entitled Connections.
How about another hand for Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar? Now, Jazz Funk Soul has been comprised of mainly with Jeff Lorber, myself, and another wonderful guitarist named Chuck Loeb. He had a conflict tonight. He wasn't able to be here with us, and we want to thank Paul for coming in and making the shoes even bigger. And we're just having some fun. Are you having fun? Are you sure? You know what I loved earlier when you guys went off after the previous act was on? And she was wonderful. How about another hand for her? I don't remember her name, but she was wonderful. When you guys went over here and started singing, you don't hear stuff like that in the States. You just don't get it like that. It was just beautiful. It's a wonderful spirit here, and we're very happy to be part of it. We're going to do a song from our very first record, Jazz Funk Soul. And this particular song is called Serious Business.
about another hand for Mr. Everett Hart?
Thank you.
Had the pleasure of doing a project this year, and a lot of it with Mr. Jeff Lorber. The title of the project is Stories from Stompin' Willie. Stompin' Willie was a nickname given to me by the late, great George Duke. So there's a song that we put together, myself and Jeff Lorber. This is from the CD, my new CD, Stories from Stompin' Willie. This is a song called Down the Road. It's all about a groove, y'all.
Paul Jackson Jr. You guys still doing okay? I see they turned up the lights so I can see you now. What a beautiful crowd. Give yourselves a hand. Is that as much as you like yourself? Come on, you can give yourself a bigger hand. If you don't like yourself that much, we can't expect much. But Paul brought up a person that was very influential to just about all of us up here. And I had the pleasure of having him as my mentor, best friend, and just an all-around great guy. He passed away 3 years ago, but he is the one that got me started on my solo career and produced my first and last record. I'm talking about George Duke. We miss him terribly. He died about 3 years ago, and it just feels like yesterday we were laughing and talking with him. We're going to do a song now that I had the pleasure of writing with him on my last record. And it's a song that, well, I'm not going to go into the long story about it, but it really kind of describes where a lot of us who are our age of here, 35, 36. Why are you laughing?
Why you think they're laughing?
We've experienced losses in our lives around this time, as I'm sure a lot of you have experienced losses. And it's a period of transition, you know, at this point where we become the adults. Our parents are gone, and we're the adults in the room. And this song aptly describes the transition that a lot of us are going through, and I certainly went through when George passed away. It's a song we call Going Through Changes. Thank you. All right, we can do one or two more for you. What do you want? One? You one? Somebody said four, five. Well, good. At least a handful of people are enjoying themselves. How about another? I'm sorry. How about another hand for Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards? Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar. Stompin' Willie. On the drums in the back, we have the pleasure of having him play with us for the first time. Incredible drummer who's played with so many people. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We're going to feature this wonderful bassist on this song. We like to call him Buttercup. His name is Ron Jenkins. This is a song from our latest release, Jazz Funk Soul's More Serious Business, a song called You'll Know When You Know. Run, Buttercup Jenkins!
All right. Hey, it's been such a pleasure playing for you guys. I think we got one more for you. This one's called Monday Speaks.
Little something for you to go out dancing on.
Mr. Everett Hart.
Mr. Jeff Lorber. Paul Jackson Jr., thank you so much, Cape Town Jazz Festival. We love you, hope to see you soon.
All right, let's go. Let's play one more.
Now, somebody said that South Africa, specifically Cape Town, was the party capital of the world. I don't know. They say that Nashville is Music City, but somebody said that Cape Town is Music City.
Thank you again, Ron Jenkins on the bass. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We are Jazz Funk Soul. God bless you. Hope to see you again soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey, welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
It is graduation season.
It is.
Yeah.
I've never seen as many, well, obviously, I would not see this because this has never happened before. Right. But all of the signs in the yard of people who are graduating, right. And they want you to honk your horn as you pass by, so that the students will feel like, oh, I did have a graduation.
It's almost like walking across the stage.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. I got a GED.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you guys walk when you get a GED?
No.
We
walk right to the Waffle House.
Oh, wow, that's terrible.
I just it's very sad, and it's one of the examples of where we are as a country, where people can't be together and look. And I feel bad for these people because these young people work really hard and want. And first off, let's face it. I don't know if young people are as inspired by the graduating process as the people who pay for it. Like parents are the ones.
Yeah.
And we only want to go to hear our kid's name.
That's true, but you got to wait a long time too.
Yeah, that's
right?
it. Like so, like virtual works just as good for us. It might not be as gratifying for people who worked hard.
Right, because you think about it though, you want to be with all of your friends and your fellow students. You want to throw your hat. Right. You want to do something buffoonish when you walk across the stage, whether it's high five somebody or flip or whatever.
We don't have
you get none of that.
We don't have none of that.
None of that.
And I really think it's going to be indicative of the time. These people worked really hard.
Called his name before mine.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, because he came first, no?
No. That's just because I paid the money.
Because you paid for it.
No, he got the honorary doctorate because they really wanted to get somebody else, but he was in town, so they're just like, all right.
Thanks for the truth, Kyle.
Wait.
Thanks for the truth. We appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I too honest?
You weren't supposed to say
Charlie Sheen's not available, so let's get this dude. And it was the closest I ever came. But I really do. I feel bad. I feel bad for all these people because now people are, and some very innovative things. Like there have been principals in, I think, North Carolina. He went to everybody's,
that's
home.
right. I saw that too.
People are taking billboards like on our radio show.
Yep.
We're calling people's names out.
Trying to make people feel good.
Right.
It's tough. And you think about this. I read this great article in the New York Times talking about not only will these students who are just now graduating have a difficult time with understanding and processing that they won't get to experience all of that. Now, eventually, whenever we get back to this new normal, they will be going into a workforce where people who lost their jobs will be trying to come back and get those jobs. Right. So now the competition is even greater than it would have been before.
Hey, look here, Errol. This motherfucker who never graduated got your job.
Right, pretty much.
Nobody knew him, and don't nobody know you either.
It's terrible, though.
It is.
Psychologically, it's kind of rough.
I never graduated, so I don't really understand it. But I know that there have been a lot of virtual commencement speeches. Yeah. And I got to say, when Barack Obama gave the virtual one.
Didn't he give it?
Didn't you kind of wish that he was in charge right now?
I do. Yeah. Every time I see him, though, I wish he was in charge.
Right.
when I see him. And I really appreciate, not that I didn't before, but after watching the clown who is in office now, that's what I said. It's interesting when you listen to Barack Obama speak, and he's so compassionate about the people who've lost family members. And he's so compassionate about and passionate about making sure that we put ourselves in a position so that we can get through this quickly but safely.
It pisses me off.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off for reasons probably it doesn't piss you off.
Well, what reasons does it
like
piss
it's
you
like
off?
you with somebody and you miss them and then they look better than they did when they were with you.
Yeah.
Like America misses Obama, but there's very little evidence that he misses us.
Oh yeah, because he always looks good.
He's all tan and fit. He's like, hey,
happy,
smiling.
I'm sorry you got to live with your abusive mama, but
I got a new life, and it ain't you.
I'm on with my new.
It is pretty sad.
Like it's just like the father that left and don't quite have time for you now.
I mean,
what about me, Daddy?
I mean, we never really showed America as a whole never really like gave him the credit I think he deserved, and they never really appreciated him. And you don't really appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore.
And then he let you know it.
Yeah,
he let you know.
As
it's
he
like
should.
You break up with a woman, she's like gang. Like it's like when you break up with somebody, and they're wearing the jersey of your sports hero, but they really date the sports hero now. Like now you can't even wear Michael Jordan's jersey anymore because the woman with him.
This sounds oddly personal.
It's like if your woman had a Stokely.
Welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the show.
It is. I've never seen you get more excited than you do
It's my
around
favorite
this time.
time of the year.
Yes. Well, we have a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. regarding Joe Biden, basically alluding to the fact that he's a pedophile. You see this? See you later, alligator. In a while, pedophile. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It is time for this nigga here.
Yeah.
Can I have that one more time? Yeah. Just because I think it's so dope. Wait, just like a nigga jumped early. Damn it.
Well, listen,
Jesus
jumping
Christ.
is good for you, right? Well, what's interesting is he tried to say that he was joking around, and he was like the 3 laughing emojis should indicate that he was kidding.
Right.
But then he also added, if the media doesn't want people mocking and making jokes about how creepy Joe is, then maybe he should stop the unwanted touching and keep his hands to himself. He posted all of these pictures of Joe Biden allegedly, I guess, too close to women, at least in his mind.
Now, he's Donald Trump's son, right?
He is.
Isn't he, his father used to have the beauty pageants with 15-year-old girls? And he would
go backstage,
get in early to watch them in
when they were half dressed.
Isn't he the son of the man that used to regularly hang out and party with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't he the one that supported Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama?
1,000%. You got him.
Who was an actual pedophile?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Roy Moore Jr. was such a pedophile? This motherfucker couldn't go to the mall.
Now you know that's bad. He could not. No, seriously.
I'm not even
banned
kidding.
from going to the mall.
When you can't go to the food court.
That's something about you. That's pretty creepy.
I don't, because everything they say and do, they don't realize has an implication to something his father's done.
Oh, for sure. You mean kind of like the way that Joe Biden is facing that, allegation, right?
Right.
And initially, Trump Jr. was trying to make light of that, considering his father has so many allegations against him.
His father has children by 3 different women. If he wasn't president, he'd be in the NBA.
But you know what? Yeah. But the nerve of him
this
to step
dude
out
has so many kids by different women. He could be the 6th string on the Cleveland. He could be the 6th man on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, and just like them, he doesn't recognize one. he doesn't recognize. How about that?
Well, that happens.
That's true. That's what I'm saying.
I can't perfect my jump shot and know this little motherfucker right here. Who is this?
I can't babysit her. Yeah, it's a lot. But he's got a lot of nerve.
Do you remember my mother? Yes, it was Ontario, Canada.
That's terrible.
It's June.
That's pretty bad.
I don't understand. Here's the thing. I am not making light of what happened, but you do realize who your father.
Yes, he grew up with this man.
Yeah.
He knows the
Well,
stuff
not
that he's
really,
done.
but
Well,
Roy Moore Jr. was running for the Senate in Alabama, and he was a known pedophile.
Yes.
And he came within a few.
He almost won.
The only reason Roy Moore Jr. didn't win is because he rode to the horse on the pole, rode to the poles on a horse.
He did.
And black
A
people wasn't even
white
going to vote.
horse.
Like, is this nigga on a horse? And his horse name was Trigger, and that sounds too much like nigga for us.
Black woman was like, no.
Only in Alabama would a pedophile losing be a shock.
I just think it's pretty sad that Donald Trump Jr. actually got on Twitter, right, and posted this meme as if we wouldn't say, hold on there, cowboy.
He has like pictures and dialogue being with Jeffrey Epstein. Like his father has pictures and dialogue.
Proudly being with him.
He when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and in jail under his Justice Department.
Yes.
He blamed it on Hillary, even though he
Those Trumps, man, I gotta tell you. You can't even make this up.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You can't make it up, I'm telling you.
Listen, the one thing we shouldn't talk about is pedophilia. We shouldn't talk about that. Let's stick to other stuff you can pronounce.
Like what?
I don't know.
We'd be in trouble that they can pronounce.
Your father had a fake university just to attract unwitting children. Are you fucking crazy?
There you go. Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts one of the popular nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club. You know who it is. It's Charlamagne the God.
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, Charlamagne.
Yo, Jasmine, how are y'all?
Doing
Excellent,
good.
man.
What about you?
I am blessed, black, and highly favored.
There it is. It's interesting because you had several incarnations. What were you, and what are you?
What was I? Man, I think we all come here just a spiritual being living a human existence, right? And I think as you grow throughout time, you know, sometimes, you know, more of the human existence starts to appear than the spiritual existence. And I think as you get older, you start to go right back to the spiritual, you know? So I think I've always been a spiritual being living a human existence. It's just that sometimes you're more consciously aware of that.
But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't evolve. A lot of people, like I remember when you worked with Wendy. I remember when you first started in the Breakfast Club. I remember some of the things you said. Now I remember you have such an expansive thing that you're actually a hyphenate now. Now no one can say, like nobody can say what you are. Like nobody can. I couldn't. But most people don't evolve like that. Most people are the thing they started out as.
Well, you know, yesterday was Malcolm X's birthday, and I always say that's the greatest example of evolution on the planet. Like when you read the autobiography of Malcolm X, that shows you that change is the only constant in life, right? So you should be evolving and growing all the time. Like I'm 41 years old now. If I'm the same at 41 that I was at 21, then I wasted 20 years of my life.
What do you think has been the impetus for that? Like, is it success? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it love? Is it hope? What has been the impetus for your involvement?
I think it's all of that, right? I mean, you know, I'm a married man. I got 3 daughters. You know,
that's fear right there, goddammit. That's
definitely like I call that parental paranoia. It's a lot of anxiety that goes into that, but it's just like, you know, I've always wanted to challenge myself, and plus growing up, like one of the first books my dad ever gave me was Message to the Black Man by Elijah Muhammad, and then it was the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I've always been close to the NOI. You watch them brothers and you watch them sisters, man, they'll take the worst amongst us, or the worst society may have to offer and make them into evolved, civilized human beings. So I've never been afraid of the growth part of it. Right. That's never been a thing to me. I think when you get into the industry, you could be doing something that works for you.
Right.
But it works for you on a professional level. It don't work for you on a personal level. And for me, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep well at night. So if something that I'm doing is causing me to lose sleep, I gotta switch it up.
You said something. I was watching you, Alex, with I'm not very intrigued by a lot of people, at all. I'm like most people, but I always want you because you say the shit I wish I would have, and then I want to assassinate you. That's not the point. And
you said it.
Let's not turn it into that. But on Alex Witt, about 2 weeks ago, you said that all black people should be armed. All black people.
Yeah. I said that, a black person in America having a legal firearm is a form of self-care, and unbeknownst to me, well, I can't say unbeknownst to me, I just like to act loose in front of white people. I thought the Constitution was for everybody.
Right.
Even though we know that the Constitution doesn't apply to us in the same way, but the Second Amendment, I'm from the South, we always, had guns, some legal, some illegal, but now I'm old enough to understand we can have legal firearms, we have the right to bear arms, and it is supposed to protect us against those militias. If you read the Second Amendment, it says that you cannot be a part of a militia and have a firearm. If you've ever filled out a permit to purchase a gun, they ask you if you're a part of a militia. When you look around now, all of these white supremacists...
A well-regulated militia. Yeah. It's supposed to be a well-regulated militia. It's supposed to have some rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they won't respond to us the same way. We know constitutionally it is our right to bear arms, right? But we saw Philando Castile. We saw situations where black people are legally armed and still they get hassled. The result is not the same for us. How do we change that?
I don't know if you can change it. You know what I mean? But I tell you what my daddy told me. My daddy told me that he'd rather get caught with it than get caught without it.
All right, right. For sure. Right. I'd rather be called witness than DOA. I know that.
Yeah. I would rather be in jail fighting for my freedom because, I defended myself as opposed to my wife and my kids and my family crying over me in a casket.
Why is it you think it's come to that? Because now the way between our idea of the way things should work and the stated mission of America of the way things should work is at odds with the reality of the way things do work. Why do you think that is? I mean, I have my idea why I think it, but why do you think it is?
I think America is working just fine for the people that it was designed to work for. Because if we're really being honest when it comes to America, everything that America is founded on needs to be remixed. Like the Constitution has never applied to black people in that way. Any law that was, created by a white person, any piece of legislation that was passed by a white person is usually to impact white America. And, the rest of us get the short end of the stick.
That's why they don't see anything wrong.
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's why they never see anything wrong. They think everything is perfect.
You're absolutely right, Jasmine. And the Constitution always had us labeled as 3/5 of a human being. So that shit was never for us, ever. So America's working perfectly fine for the people who designed to work.
If it's running like the way it's supposed to, then why is there so much angst? Because it can't be running the way it's supposed to if everything's crumbling around. If it was running like it was supposed to, everything wouldn't be in such disrepair and such uncertainty.
Well, if you have a country that's founded on murder, rape, the blood of Africans, if you have, raped and pillaged to build this society, that was never a stable foundation to begin with. I still believe in the law of energy. I still believe in the law of karma. I think a lot of times, man, we might be getting in the way of America's karma. I'm honest with you. When I look at Donald Trump, I'm like, that's what America deserves.
I think exactly the same thing. I think that America needs to understand that Barack Obama was real. It happened. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't a dream. It really happened, and nothing you do will erase that memory. You can't. It's like And listen, white dude, your daughter slept with a black dude. Ain't nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do. She fucked a nigga. It just happened. It's nothing you can do. You can't undo it. And I think America is in this weird position where it is just leveling all abandon, just erasing all abandon to try to make this thing that happened not have happened, and it did.
Minister Farrakhan said in early 2015, I think it's when Donald Trump had first started his campaign. Minister Farrakhan said, if America elects Donald Trump is going to send America the hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Shit, it looked like it's a hand delivery going on.
It's true, but that's probably why it's in shambles as well, because I would imagine the election of Barack Obama, first of all, obliterated, their narrative about the black man, just blacks in general, that he could be so articulate, he could be so classy and all of these things. Then when you talked about, white women sleeping with black men, I think they feel like it's slipping away from them. And so now you see these people protesting and they're trying their best to figure out, how can we make sure that these black people don't take over? I think that's why it's crumbling.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to what was. I love, it's a movie, Avengers Endgame, right? And in the movie, Thanos, the villain, Thanos said, Thanos snapped his fingers to wipe away half the population. But he said that I know what I got to do now. Now I got to get rid of everybody. Because as long as you have people around who remember what was, never grasp the concept of what will be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we've been sitting around waiting for all these old white people to die. Now they still around, and now they teaching their kids.
Right. Yep. Right.
So as long as they can remember what was, they'll never grasp what will be. And Barack Obama showed them what could be.
Absolutely.
Hillary Clinton scared the hell out of them. They were like, what? Now a black man, a woman president?
Right.
Oh, hell no. We got to take this all the way back. And that's where the whole Make America Great Again and everything came from. Also with Trump, man, Trump is like the Frankenstein of America, because he's everything that we've let run rampant, or America has let run rampant. White privilege, a racist, a bigot, one of those rich old white men that just feels like he's above the law. And now Donald Trump is out white man in the white man.
Yeah. It's funny because you said something that was very true. This disease is getting rid of everything America really didn't want. They don't want old white people around. They want their houses. They do. They want the shit they build. They don't want black men around. They don't want poor black, poor brown people around. They don't want people in prison around. So this disease kind of is giving them the thing that they always wanted. And it's interesting because you can tell, and we talked about this when we were on the show, America's not sad. 90,000 people, or it'd be 100,000 people by the time this air. They're not sad. It ain't no... It's no flags at half mast. It's no day of mourning. It's like, hey, nigga, go to work. It's really no one, because the people that we're losing are the people that we never cared about really anyway. It's
they
like
old, they black, they brown, and you know what it reminds me of. I was talking about this earlier with somebody. Like the '94 crime bill, like that comes up a lot nowadays, and you'll hear people say, well, there was a lot of other good things in the bill that we needed and that we had to vote for, and it's just like, damn. So they looked at all this other stuff in the bill, and even though they knew that this was effect on black and brown people, they said, well, let's vote for the stuff we want anyway. So they always willing to sacrifice us.
Yeah,
they always have.
Yeah. Every compromise, every compromise. When America compromise, it means niggas is gonna be fucked. It really does. That's what it means. It really does. Missouri compromise. Compromise means niggas is in trouble. You really did something. But the bravest thing out of all the shit I've heard you say, all the things I've watched you do, the bravest thing I've ever seen you do is embrace your struggle with mental health. Like the idea, because black people actually think you could pray shit away or pretend like it ain't there, and it's good. But I've never seen another person with, like, if you're an athlete who has made tens of millions of dollars and your future is set, but a guy who is still in the fight saying that these things exist for me was one of the bravest things I've ever seen from an entertainment perspective.
I appreciate that. I mean, I came from my wife. And that came from, like, my sisters around me, like Angela Rye and Amanda Seals. Like they were people that I saw constantly doing the inner work on themselves, and they started to challenge me, like, saying like, man, black men don't like to admit that they're damaged. Black men don't like to admit that they're trauma. They got trauma, my wife knew about my panic attacks and stuff like that. So a few years ago, I just decided to start going. And, you know, it's really changed my life in a real way. And I tell people all the time, it's just like going to the gym, man. You know, like if you go to the gym to work on your physical, you got to go sit down with somebody to work on your mental.
What would you?
And when you talk about growth and evolution, that's part of it, right?
It really look. I'm telling you, what would you say? Because you're a young dude, you're in the game, you got a lot of stuff happening, and you've done it unflinchingly. What would you say that black men have permission to do that they never knew that they did?
Feel. What's that? Feel. You know what I mean? Like we get these emotions, and you know, whether it's sadness, whether it's anger, whether it's frustration, you know,
anxiety.
Like we get all of these feelings, and you can't tell nobody. Like I come up in the air, my dad punched me in the chest, tell me to man up. That's it. Forget what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Rub some dirt on it, nigga. Keep going.
But you know what? My father was dealing with his own issues. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing that therapy taught me. It taught me that, you know, we got to be patient with our parents because they were just doing the best that they could. Okay. You know, my father dealt with his own substance abuse issues. My father dealt with his own mental health issues. My father tried to kill himself 30 years ago. He said he's tried 10 to 12 different medications prescribed to him by a therapist. You know, he was going to a therapist, psychiatrist 2 and 3 times a week. So these are things that he told me once he saw me doing the work on myself. And I remember going to my mom and telling my mom, like, yo, you know, Pops was going through all this. And she was like, I just thought he was playing crazy to get a check. That's just how it was growing up in the South.
Can you imagine how powerful it is to tell men, black men, they have permission to feel. They have permission to go through what they're going through and have an assessment of that. That's an amazing thing, man. And if that was all you did, if that was it, that'd be a hell of a thing, man. That's a dope thing to think.
Because you know, we walk around, especially the era I grew up in, we had to be hardcore. Yep. Like there literally was a genre of hip hop called hardcore. Yeah. Which meant be as tough and gangster as possible. So that's no vulnerability. You ain't supposed to feel nothing, and you're supposed to take anybody's head off that messes with you. Now that's the easiest thing to do when you're a hurt person, right?
Right.
When you're a hurt individual, hurt people hurt people. When you're a healed person, healed people heal people. So when we think about like the violence that would go on in our communities, man, I think 95% of that came from the white man kicking our ass, and then us coming back to our communities to kick our own folks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, I would rather be and I don't know if you ever do get all the way healed. I think it's a process.
Yeah.
You know,
but even the best athletes at work, I don't care what athlete you're talking about, how great they are. No athlete says they're 100% healthy. No, nobody. They don't ever go. If you playing 80% healthy, motherfucker, you could play. So I think humanity's like that too.
I think it's impossible. Like it's impossible not to wake up some mornings and you just be down. You know, you're in a funk and you don't know why. It's impossible to not have panic attacks. You know, I know what they are now, so I'm able to control them a little bit better. But yeah, things get to you all the time. You know, every single one of us. We're only human at the end of the day.
I don't think I've ever had a panic.
I have.
I didn't even know what they were. You know what I thought it was? You know what I thought it was? These motherfuckers is on my nerves. I gotta cut. That's a hell of a thing. And you were gonna say, what were you gonna say, Charlamagne?
No, that nerve thing is real because, like, you know, my whole life, my grandmother suffered from bad anxiety, but I didn't know what it was. Now that I look back on it, I knew that she was having real bad panic attacks. And she used to say the same thing. They're getting on my nerves. I need my nerve pills.
Yeah.
You know, like, but that was really anxiety medication. I didn't know back then, though.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just interesting how you get more information and you can look back on your life and have a lot more empathy for the people who raised you because you realize that they were dealing with a lot of the issues that they're dealing with a lot of undiagnosed issues. And, you know, for me, I don't take for granted the fact that we're the first generation who has the luxury of healing.
Yeah.
The generation before us was just scratching and surviving on some good time shit. We have the we are actually healing, and I don't take that for granted.
But we also weren't talking to each other. Like, you know, my grandparents and my parents, they were having issues, but they never talked about those things because they did not know what they were because their parents didn't tell them. So it just became this constant thing about, you know, oh, you're getting on my nerves or don't tell my business. And so it made it impossible to have a safe space to even come out and say, you know, I'm having issues. I know I've had anxiety for the past, I don't know how many years. And when I first met DL, I would not tell him because I thought he's a dude. He's going to laugh about it. He's not going to take it seriously.
Laugh about it.
And so when you came out and began to talk about, I'd never heard, not just a dude, but a black dude say, I'm having this particular issue and here is how I deal with it. So I thought it was huge. And I've known you for a long time, you know, and we've had several conversations, but never talked about that. So I commend you for saying that.
Absolutely. No, it's real.
I'll say this. And I appreciate what you're saying right now, and I appreciate what you're saying. But it does not negate the fact that some motherfuckers just get on your nerves. That's just
it. And you should be allowed to express that.
Right.
Oh, he does.
For me to tell you, get the fuck away from me because you're getting on my goddamn nerves is a form of self-care.
Right.
When all of us were growing up, we had some adult that would kick us out the goddamn house.
Right.
Don't
That's
take
Where I'm gonna play, nigga, on the train tracks. I don't give a fuck where you go. Get up. All right, Charlamagne. I love you, man. Take care, boss. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
it's
right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to us. D.L. Hughley, uncut. Hey now, I'm D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. That's Jasmine Sanders. We call her Smanders.
Yeah,
Sanders.
well, that's what you call me.
There she is, DJ Lucci, and there he is, Black Blade.
Black Blade. You look kind of mad today.
Kyle grew his hair out and let his beard grow, and I almost didn't let that nigga in the house last night.
Well, he said he was embracing his blackness. Remember?
Yeah, he got a white woman. He can't erase it.
That's what happens when you get a white woman.
Oh, well. Sorry, Kyle. Well, all right.
We are still, I guess, well, people that where the states still give a fuck about their people, we're still in quarantine. But other people,
yes,
yeah. You saw where Ohio is like, listen, we're going to reopen too.
Of course,
let's just join the crew.
Of course. Well, obviously, listen. I think it's interesting that people who are now called essential were once called immigrants and get the fuck out, but now somebody got to scoop these lima beans up.
Facts.
Come to work.
Somebody got to do it. We are. It's just I don't know how we'll come out or what'll happen. But you know, now of course even here everybody has to wear a mask. You know, when we're not broadcasting, everybody has to be socially distant. If you know exhibit any symptoms, then we cut your pay. You know, that's
I was about to say.
Well, first of all, we stop you from coming in the building.
No, we do. we cut your pay. It's I thought this was very interesting that people who are married to immigrants in terms of stimulus checks,
yes,
won't get a stimulus check.
You get nothing. That's basically what the government is saying.
But yet, Donald Trump is married to an immigrant.
Yes. But a lot of
we
the
don't mean her
policies-
though. We mean everybody else.
But a lot of the policies that they talk about that I guess relate to immigrants. You know, she was just naturalized not that long ago. So all of the things should have applied to her, but they don't.
Right. Well, because I think we're very hypocritical. When you understand the fact, the truth of the matter is, America's always needed someone to take advantage of. Always. It's the reason they had slavery. It's the reason they had, the Irish come and dig tunnels and the Chinese, the railroads. But they've always had somebody to take advantage of. And the problem is that the people now, and we do it for various reasons, like brown people, poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor. Like if you can't pick a strawberry and you can't write an app, we don't really use you.
Well, the sad thing too, though, is they do it right to your face.
Yeah.
Because think about it. It is the immigrants and a lot of the black and brown people that we need at this very moment. But while we need them and we're asking them to show up for work, we're also saying, but we're not going to give you a stimulus check.
Right.
You don't get that.
And after that, you got to leave.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like if we
But
kicked out
sweep up
all
first.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're saying.
If we kicked out all the brown people and black people who served us, like right now in during this pandemic, like if we kicked them all out, like thank God they weren't successful kicking out the Muslims and the Latins,
right?
Because we wouldn't have doctors or food.
No,
it's true.
Like I'm serious. Like everybody that you see on the news talking about who's an infectious disease doctor or anybody epidemiologist, all these people who are very learned. Their last name look like the last line of an eye chart.
It's true. And you trust just about all of them except for Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci.
We ain't trusting. He's a different group.
I'm so tired. A lot of people think they trust him. First off, I think that he's allowed Donald Trump to say things that he should have checked him on. And second off, I can't trust a dude that's standing on phone books to tell me about a pandemic. I can't do it.
Well, what do you say to him saying, listen, what am I supposed to do? Just go up and, push the mic away from him?
Well, no. What you're supposed to do is to adhere to the oath you took.
Yeah.
It's the Hippocratic Oath.
That's right.
Do no harm.
Right.
Donald Trump is doing harm. When he says things that you know are patently true, here's the unspoken truth. The only reason that you are able to speak in a Trump anything, administration or a conference or a press conference or anything, is because you will say what he thinks what he wants you to.
Yep.
If you challenge him in any way, you won't be there. And it's the reason why we're in the shape we're in.
I don't even know how you get sidelined when there's so many different platforms you can go on. Like you could literally go on live on your Instagram and people would tune in. So it's just like just tell the
scary
truth.
part because that means that people are out there like Trump himself from the Oval Office nonetheless, just peddling these lies. The fact that he says, okay, well, you can drink disinfectant, you can do this, you can do that, or hey, how about we check into light? Can't you shine a light on it and it just dissipates? Like, where are you getting this information?
Well,
and people believe
the
it.
fact that the broad with the Chanel scarf on,
up to here,
looking like Diane English from Murphy Brown, like her.
Yeah.
Like the fact that she didn't say anything.
Right.
I think that a lot of people who want certain things and want like any level of personal achievement, they want to be appointed to something, and they forget that their basic charge, the idea that the reason their tenant, their calling was to take care of people. I think that there's so much selfishness, but ultimately, if we are in a pandemic, I think I've seen things that I don't understand. Like if you can't get a check if you're married to an immigrant, or you can't get a check if you owe child support, or if you can't get like the bottom line is, first off, everybody should get a check no matter what.
Right.
And the other thing is we should stop with this special dispensation. Look, we're all in this together, whether you are an immigrant, whether you owe child support, whether you're behind on your bills, we're all in this together. And if that money is to bail you out or to help you out or to help you kind of get you through, then there shouldn't be these kind of limitations.
And honestly, there need to be multiple checks. It shouldn't just be one. Here's $1,200. That'll last you for the rest of this pandemic.
Yeah.
Add to the fact that it's your money.
Right.
How about add that to it? Because you're going to pay for it one way or the other. So give me my money.
So the government it ain't the government. It's J.G. Wentworth.
It's my money. I want it now.
Honestly, I'd rather them freeze my rent.
I'd rather than freeze your rent too.
Thank you. Just freeze my rent. Like you're not paying your mortgage. Freeze my rent.
That's what I don't understand. Even the people. One thing I will say is that even when this first happened, I got my business manager got calls from our mortgage. Like I own a place here in New York and then Santa Barbara, and they said we're gonna So what they'll do is take care of people that they think can pay.
Right.
But they won't take care of people that are having financial hardships. It's like the very people that we're depending on to live, to exist, are the very people we malign all the time.
Right.
Well, it's true because what they're doing is they're offering support and help if you have a mortgage. But the majority of the people in this country pay rent. There is no help for you.
Yeah.
You have to pay that rent.
Call J.G. Wentworth.
He ain't got your money.
So we're going to run out of beef and pork.
And chicken.
Shortage. Yeah,
everything.
Chicken.
Yeah.
And they say it's a food shortage, and they say it's because basically, first off, we're not running out of meat because the pandemic has, basically compromised the plants. We're running out of meat because Americans are home and we're fat asses and we're eating them all.
That's not true.
I don't think that's the story.
Stop
That's
it.
not
Stop
true.
it.
That's not
You
true.
can't leave America. You can't have 97% of America at home with nothing to do and think some shit ain't gonna get ate up.
Yeah. Well, that part is true.
That's true.
But they won't get fatter because the problem is they don't have any way to get like the pigs and the chickens and the cattle
All right.
to the places. So what they're doing is they're aborting a lot of,
I thought they didn't like that.
only when it benefits them. They love it. But they're doing that. They're also throwing away, just hundreds of thousands of pounds of food
So it's
instead of
food
feeding
shortages.
people. Yeah.
We ain't running out of spinach.
Nah,
We
nobody
run out
like
of
that.
broccoli
Nobody
and a
like that.
cauliflower. It'll never be a lettuce shortage.
Because ain't nobody eating that.
It's because, and first off, I'm tired of this. I've never seen so many fat-ass vegans in my life.
It's
So the
true.
one great thing about this, we'll get the chance to tell if all these vegans is telling the truth. Ain't no tofu pepperoni.
Tofurkey.
Sit your fat ass down.
That is true. I never really thought about that.
Of
But
course.
most vegetarians and vegans, they're a little on the
Right. If you
fluffy
don't
side.
sit your burly ass down, let me finish this pork chop.
Before they're gone.
As I say, you're not going to be eating one. No more Mastro's for us.
No. It's interesting because we are in a food shortage, not because the plants are compromised, but because of one, I think we consume a lot when you're home, you ain't working. And the other is that the people who produce those things would rather slaughter the chickens and pigs and cows if they can't sell them and dump food than feed people.
Yeah, that's because we're selfish.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
what
That's
it is.
American.
It's mine.
That's really is. And I'm telling you, I swear to God, we'll get the chance to see who will be, because you can't get an ass that big just eating radishes. I'm just going to tell you.
Well, hey there, welcome back. It is DL Hughley Uncut.
Hey there, welcome back.
Hey there. Yeah, that's my cool talk. Hey there.
That wasn't
welcome
hey
back.
there.
It was cool in my world. You silly.
DJ Lucci over there.
Yes.
It's interesting because did you so you are nervous about this pandemic?
Yes.
What scares you the most?
You guys getting sick.
No.
Yeah,
No.
actually. I feel
Really?
like I might bounce back. Like I
I
you
promise
know?
I'll be all right.
Yeah, but
I all this alcohol I drink, I sanitize from the inside.
for sure Papa getting sick though. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, your grandfather?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that,
weird.
That nigga burned my house down, so I'm ready for him to go.
I'm not. I'd let him burn several houses down for him to stay.
I got to get the full story on that.
Yeah, my wife's father, he made barbecue one day. So it's the same thing. I come home from work and he's a great cook, but he barbecues. He barbecues, and what happens is he takes the coals, puts them in the Amazon box.
Even though there's a tin can
right,
right
and then puts
there.
them in the trash can, and before I even got home. So about 12 o'clock at night, he come in there. Daryl, there's a fire in the back, and the whole backyard is literally on fire. And I'm like, if only we had a fire extinguisher. Here comes LaDonna. I have fire extinguishers.
Several.
Because she has everything.
She was prepared.
So we put out the fire. We were trying to battle in the fire. And I had to let him go in the house because the fire department came and they go, somebody put charcoals in the briquettes, the charcoal briquettes in the trash can. And if this would have been June or July, it would have been drying up this whole place. And he ain't said one thing.
He hasn't
yet.
apologized yet.
He hasn't.
Maybe he didn't listen. Maybe he was doing it old school. Maybe there was no such thing as little bins where you put the
Well,
whatever
old
you
school
call
ain't
them.
burning your son,
But he didn't do it on
daughter's
purpose.
house. No, he ain't doing it on purpose. And I like him. They mad at him. I'm not.
Well, because he can cook, I'm sure.
Well, he can cook and he can burn too.
Didn't he almost do it again?
He almost did it again.
Oh, you can't do it twice.
He almost did
You can't
it
do it
again.
twice. No, that's too much. That's too much. Listen, we were talking about how some crazy things are going on during this pandemic, right? A lot of people doing things they shouldn't. I want you to check out this clip from Central City News. It's Pastor Tony Spell out of Baton Rouge. Check this out.
We're not hiding anymore. Sorry, we're not hiding anymore. hide in America.
This nigga here.
Yes.
Here's, I understand that people are very religious and people turn. And this isn't about oppression of religion. It's about the fact that large groups of people gathered in small spaces lend themselves to the spread of COVID. So there are a lot of ways that you can worship your God and praise your Lord and still be safe. And I think shoe booty ass dudes like that, like
sure.
Like recently there have been as many people that got it going to church, to religious services, went to the bar.
Ooh.
Like, who'd have thought Chili's was safer than a benediction?
Yeah. But the interesting thing about this particular case for me isn't really about him practicing religious freedom. It is really more about, well, first of all, my question is, how do you preach from the pulpit on Sunday, then get out in a bus and try to run over a protester?
Right.
That's why he had the ankle bracelet on for assault.
Yeah, so running over somebody, if you run over somebody and you're white, you're a preacher. If you run over somebody, you're black, you Suge Knight.
You Suge Knight. Fainting in court.
I think that either we're going to all abide by the same rules, and I think there's always these hypocritical stances we take. So everybody, we had the protesters that showed up, and they had assault rifles, and they were saying, let us free, and they were congregating together, and they were saying that COVID doesn't exist, and they were treated with deference. But you had people, and I'm not, I dig it, I think that they're all wrong, but then you had, kids partying in Philly and Chicago, and they were all arrested. And I think that the idea that we're all kind of, they'll paint them as reckless and irresponsible, but the people who still have religious services knowing what could happen. There was a preacher in Virginia that had, a religious service, and he came down with COVID and passed on. His wife had it. That's irresponsible.
Well, not only that, I think it's also a blatant showing of how they use the Constitution at will.
Right.
Because for the protesters, it is them exercising their constitutional right, right? But also, you have the right for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
Maybe your happiness is a party.
Right.
So that's really your constitutional right as well. But look how they were met. Law enforcement, guns drawn on them.
I think that people have even with religion, bars are closed, but church services in some states was open.
Right.
And what's gonna happen is the alcoholics gonna go to church service just for the wine.
Well, on first Sunday for sure.
The little cracker and wine.
You gonna get that like appetizer.
Fuck Applebee's. I'm just gonna come to Mount Calvary. But it's these lines that we draw. Like, I remember we had a situation where Easter, fell when we were all, and so it was crazy because they were telling people to stay home on Easter, which is a very religious holiday. And it's crazy. It's simple. Like, you should have stayed your ass home for Easter because Jesus rose from the dead, but you won't.
That's so true. All right, welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. I won't say hey there. I'll just say welcome back since you guys gave me so much grief about that. So listen, this next guest on the show, comedy tours sold out, comedy specials, TV shows, movies, you name it. He's done it. We all know him. Legendary, iconic, all of that. Welcome to the show, Sinbad.
There he is. What's up, Bad?
What up? What up, man?
How you doing,
man? Look at y'all wearing hats. I got a hat.
And I got hair. I got
hair. Hold up. They got hats. Hold up.
They got, you gonna get your hat. He gonna get his hat. Oh, damn.
Now, I'm gonna tell you what Sinbad did. Was on a plane one time. So if the plane was on with a crash, a lot of comedy would have been gone that day.
Oh, wow.
But
we was all on that.
He was gonna get me a hat.
Okay.
He said, "I'm gonna get you a hat, man. I know you love hats." And that nigga never got me a hat.
Never got the hat.
You know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened. You like that blue hat that I got from the hat right now. I ordered that hat for you. I liked it so much I never gave it to you.
That's horrible.
Yep.
So I'm gonna get you another one.
Another hat I will never see.
That hat came. I said, I see why he liked this hat.
That's acceptable.
I'm keeping this hat for myself.
That hat is fly on you, bruh.
Do you know how many times I've seen you on planes going to gigs? It's got to be a couple dozen.
We live it. You taught me See, Jasmine, I be on planes going to gigs. DL got special people who take you parts of the airport. I don't know nothing
Yes,
about.
he does. Right? Special cars.
They get your feet. The person worked on my feet, checked my eyes, got me some new contacts.
Yeah.
I said, I've been flying forever. What is this?
Yeah.
Do you miss being on the road right now?
Man, when it first started, say the first week, I said, oh man, what I'm gonna do? More of you missed the money. The first thing is like, wait a minute, my daughter's getting married in September. I said, I got to pay for my daughter getting married. I had these dates picked. I had these dates set up just for that.
Right.
But you know what? All that's going to take care of itself. And now that I'm home, dude, I'm like this. I got a chance to work on software I ain't had a chance to touch in 2 years.
Right.
I go to all these tech shows. I've been doing shows with my son. I've been doing shows with my daughter. I got a brand new grandson here. I'm like this. I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great way to look at it, though.
But you don't. I gotta admit this. I'm not having as bad. Like I thought it would be miserable. Like, but I'm not having as bad a time. As I thought I would. Like I'm not miserable.
How about the people around you though?
Yeah, I'm miserable.
but I do miss one of the things I've always loved about you is that I could always tell what was going on by what you talked about. So this is an incredibly important time, and then the voices that you count on to kind of guide you through them are not able, like in front of a live audience to kind of illustrate it.
Exactly. And no, that's not happening. I don't know the weather anywhere but L.A. See, Dale, we travel so much. I know, okay, it's snowing on the East Coast, it's raining in the Midwest, they have a tornado. All I know is like, it's hot.
Right.
They get jacked up. I didn't know that. Because I'm local.
Right.
And I've never just been a local.
Right.
I've been more of a global. And it's my world. And only thing right now that the problem is the homeless. I'm so angry at the people who lead this country who just robbing people right now.
But why? Like, okay, a lot of people say that, but what specifically are you angry about?
I'm angry about, man, you got a stimulus check and you stop the check, put your name on it. You got small business, that PPP loan. The Lakers accidentally got $4.8 million. The big corporation took all the money. So people are sitting home thinking they're going to get this. You got banks lying to people because they got the CARES program. They can't throw you out your house. So I'm like, but I got the people in Michigan. I'm from Michigan, and dude had a Confederate flag. Since when was Michigan in the South?
Right.
And they're carrying guns because they want to go get barbecue. I said, dude, you're confusing what's happening. It goes back to the whole Republican Party. They showing up with guns. Like, this ain't the second right rally. Right. You just want to go get your hair. Why'd you bring your gun to shoot coronavirus? What you going to
That's a good point.
Don't you understand? I think that what happens to us is that we just start to take ourselves too seriously, and what happens to cats like you who've been just able to navigate, like, obviously it's a very serious thing. No one is kind of undermining that or underplaying that. But humor has a way of crystallizing things, and even music has a way of crystallizing things. And I think that there's some things that you just find because you're able to go out in it. And now I think, obviously with you adherence to safety rules, but there is an amount of art and illustration that is being diminished because people are sequestered.
We can't get out there and talk about these people. I'm sitting at home trying to do it on we screaming on live. But can I say this? If one more Negro get a podcast or a live stream or go live and join me live and TikTok dance with me, I swear to God, everybody needs to go back to what they normally do.
Would you?
You ain't no dancer in your fake cooking show and clean my house and my TikTok clean the house. I don't care. I don't care. I don't.
But it's fun.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
What do you care about? What's cooking in Sinbad's head right now?
Man, now right now I'm just figuring out. Everybody says when we're gonna go back to how it was. If it goes back to how it was, we failed. This is I call this Sinbad 2.0. This is the world 2.0. If we go back to the way it was, we didn't learn anything. We just saw a pandemic shut this country down. We got to look at, hey, man, how am I going to spend? I need to save up some more money. I need to look at this different. How do I get a hold of my loved ones? And And if I can find time to be home and Zoom and talk to my family, why can't I do that when I'm working? Why can't I show that kind of love when I'm working? So I'm like this. I don't want to work the way I did before. I don't want to live. I know we live that, hey, man, I'm on the grind. Every time you see somebody at the airport, I'm on the grind. What you doing, man? I'm on the grind.
Right.
I'm on the grind. You ain't on. First of all, you ain't on the grind because that comes from people who work in factories that were grinders.
Right.
When I was in the factory, they grind, and that's a hard job, and it's a beastly job. That's an 8-hour job. So when you say in the grind as an entertainer, now we're having a good time. Even on our grind, on our worst day, it's a great day.
Right.
It's a great day. The fact you're in the airport talking about, I'm on my grind, get ready to jump into first class and get something to eat.
I'm waiting for Sinbad to bring me my hat, nigga. It's ready to go up. As soon as Sinbad bring me that hat.
I'm on the grind with a warm
I'm on my
towel.
grind to get you that hat. I'm on that grind to get you that hat.
How has, because you're an artist. Like I think a long time ago you were probably a comedian, just that if that were the hyphenate. But you play as much music as you do comedy. So, like, what would you say you were?
You know, man, I call myself a Renaissance man. I used to love Renaissance men. People that, remember, you talk back in the days of Sammy Davis Jr. and everything.
Yeah.
You know, guys say, hey, I sing, or a guy says, I sing lead, or a guy says, I play guitar lead. Back then, cats had to be a multi-hyphenate. If you didn't, they're like, I sing. Well, I sing too. What else do you do? You have to be able to do a lot of things. I'm like this. I'm interested in everything. I'm interested in tech. I'm interested in art. I love music. You know, I like doing comedy. But dude, there's not much that doesn't interest me, man. The problem is with this ADHD, I want to do it all. I want to do it.
And now you're just home, not giving me my hat.
No.
That's what it is.
Hey, I got your hat. My hat is like right around this corner on a hat stand.
What
it hasn't been working.
Do you, obviously art is impacted by environment. And I do think, I know we're going to be significantly different. I know that, like, culturally, I think nationally, I think intrinsically we're going to be a different place. And there is an opportunity for, different doesn't mean worse or doesn't mean better, but I think we're going to be different. And I think that there are ways that we can be different that elevate us, and there are ways that we can be different that don't. And I think one of the things I've said about this is this disease affects all the things that capitalism and greed did. It affects the poor, the old, the weak, the underprivileged. Yeah. So I think this disease just really kind of exposed what we believe, what we cherish.
Well, you know, it's funny because you got people marching. You got the one cat from North Carolina that was leading the march on fake COVID. He got it this week.
Right.
Can't write that joke. I can't write that joke for you. You're talking loud and saying nothing. But what it impacts is this. Would you also show this though, man?
I can't hear you. What did he say?
Island. They went out and bought an island.
Right.
And then everybody was going to the Hamptons. Like COVID can't find you. Like COVID said, oh man, where'd the rich folks go? Right. It's like you can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. And another thing I learned, rich people quit going on Twitter and Instagram, acting like you know how to be poor, going like, hey, we're all in this together. And then I see your yard goes overlooking mountains, and you got horses in the backyard.
It's different.
Hey, don't go outside. And then you rent a gym. You rent out a gym for you and your husband to go work out by yourself. Hey, keep moving.
Stay home. That'll be enough, Jeeves.
Right.
That'll be enough.
It's different for sure.
Man, you know what? Don't fake. If you ain't been broke in a little while, you really don't understand it. You gotta look at poor people to mimic their mannerisms, so you can at least do it right. When you do this Twitter, man. Just mimic the mannerisms.
Ask a poor person.
Ask a poor person.
You got to watch the poor in their own habitat.
Yes, you got to. It's like going to the zoo. Like, let's look at the zoo.
How can they cook with no electricity? What happened right there? They're
How
amazing.
are they getting groceries with no money? How are they getting groceries with no money?
That if God didn't want us to have groceries with no money, He wouldn't have gave us guns. That's what I'm telling you. What's funny to you? Like, what cracks you up?
Now or like anytime?
Anytime, like ever.
People trying to hide the dumb stuff. You know the dumb stuff we do that you should embrace. Remember, like we outside as a kid, you almost fall, and by trying not to fall, you look dumber. Just fall, man, and get up and bow to the people, because when you can do that, no one can hurt you. I try to hide imperfections. I laugh at the imperfection hiding. I laugh at people trying to be something they're not. I laugh at all of this surgery and all this stuff we're trying to create something, man. I'm like, you can't hide from who you are.
Right.
And I'm a comic. I'll find it. I'll find an old picture. Don't make me go look for you. I'll find you. I'll find you.
What would the sin be? Because you're evolved. Like you've evolved. You've been through things. You won. You lost. You've had. Now you were just talking about your daughter getting ready to get married. That's Paige, right? Is Paige getting ready to get married? That's her. Paige.
Yeah.
So
Paige get married.
So you've won. You've lost. Now, what would you the more settled you, the more nuanced you tell the younger you? What would you say to you?
The most precious commodity is time. When they say that, when you're young, you don't understand what that means because you think forever. I look at these kids say, you only live once. Yeah, dummy, so don't waste it. You act like y'all found something. Yeah, you only live once, but you can shorten that. You can shorten that once by doing dumb stuff. So I look back, since I have a limited amount of time, I'm going to do as much with my time as I can. And I'm not worried about what people think. I'm going to do what I want to do. And it's not about having the big house. And it wasn't about having the car. It was about, man, having the damn experience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and then
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
Nigga.
Stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
Yeah, even resisting arrest. I cannot breathe. You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose.
You don't fight with him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids. It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed. Putting your knee on the neck of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes.
None.
I get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear. I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching in that this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were. I guarantee you, more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing.
Right.
Not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper. Don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a better murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers. And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should be have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit.
In a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, like, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now, if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is this? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there,
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right, well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spiced
up.
Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out, like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why. But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
That
yeah.
shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He
and he was in blackface. Yes.
He was
heavily.
so good in blackface, that nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or, I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember Soul Man I forgot. C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man.
Funny
it was
movie.
hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology. And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jim.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things? Like that whole Eddie Murphy thing is we laughed at it, and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that, comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny.
Right.
It didn't work, and that I'm apologizing for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he
we
was
know of. He
imitating
hasn't
his
said
friend.
anything, yeah.
Yeah, that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughed and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
Right,
can't
yeah,
we?
yeah. Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx
yeah.
came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, "Hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you."
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right. That's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
Well, they
racist.
tried to bring up the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama and Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't hate. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker.
Don't say
Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently?
Yeah.
This has been happening.
Drop
to
the
us.
scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this?
See,
And I was like,
disrespectful. Out the gate.
wow. I
Out
just
the
think
gate.
it's from years of being around us. Finally, she's
wearing off.
Yeah, she started
First
to
of
get
all, I
dope.
had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
It wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck D.L. Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really like funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a dare. It ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
She's going to put in week 3. Right. She finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because you know she kind of with a highbrow.
That's not true.
And you know consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I saw. Well, I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot, and for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't do it.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that. And I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, you know, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me. Because I've told you this many times, and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I got to try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL giggling. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, never been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go. Yes. Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean like
different.
The way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole aspect. Because now there's such a, you know, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer. Yeah. And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna get. They need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, you know, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Let me tell you something.
If I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it.
No, you know
David Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, that ain't been some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you like, I mean, just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary to are gonna be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people going to find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food.
Right.
But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
Who did my TV show? Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life. Sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
she be checking you too.
Hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen, like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers? Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kid is so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. You know, they ain't gonna confuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'll be doing this anyway. So it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, there's not. Don't road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And we're going, and none of it is off limits. When you want to, if you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
That's you know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and you know, as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stop.
No.
You still, you play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
So we travel into Black Africa to learn the story of the Nile Valley, a story generally told from Egypt. Today we're going to tell the story from a place that thrived before Egypt, alongside Egypt, and after Egypt.
The lands to the south of Egypt, generally called Nubia, had 5 important golden ages. The first golden age, which was called Tarseti, some people call that, in translation, the land of the bow. This civilization was older than First Dynasty Egypt by about 200 years.
They also domesticated animals here first and before Egypt, so pastoralism was very important. Depending on how far back, if you say 9,000 years ago, then you can say yes, it was probably more developed than Egypt. But starting from the 4th millennium BC, the center really is in Egypt and develops from there.
Sudan was often ahead of Egypt in terms of developing technology because it had perhaps a smaller population. In Egypt, there's not much need for human economy. You don't need to save on human labor because every time the Nile flooded in midsummer, you had a huge reservoir of human labor as long as you were feeding them a living wage.
The ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from the south of Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is further up, higher up the Nile Valley, closer to the source. And they identified the mountains of the moon, which are in modern-day Uganda, as their place of origin.
Most historians now accept, even the European Eurocentric ones, that it is the movement of the peoples from the south to the north that gave birth to Kemet. However, what they fail to recognize that is not just the movement of these one set of Africans traveling from the south to the north, but also movements of other Africans coming from the west to the east. They met and collected together in what is now Kemet. That's why that civilization was so powerful, because it was a multicultural expression of the African experience. It was several sets of different Africans coming together in one place and creating a civilization.
We travel through Sudan, the largest country in Africa, to learn about a world that was already old before our world had even begun. The ancient land once known as Tar Seti, Kerma, and Kush, home to the Nubians. This is a place where early Europeans came to study and learn from Africans, and to study from the oldest people in the world, Africans.
So when you hear recent discussions on who were the black pharaohs, referring in particular to the Nubian pharaohs or the Cushitic pharaohs, those pharaohs they often call black pharaohs in a way to try and distinguish them from the others, but they can't be, because as we said, all the early dynastic and intermediate pharaohs were black.
This is home to the world's oldest recorded religion, a place whose kingship and political system continued to bring harmony and prosperity to its people for over 3,000 years. Today, Sudan is the largest country in Africa, rich in oil and other natural resources, but a country culturally split by the Arab African North and the African South. In recent times, this country has been greatly affected by civil wars and droughts. This is a place where the great Blue and White Nile meet to form the famous River Nile that runs through Egypt. This is an amazing land that predates Egypt, but for many is just another part of our world's hidden history. The question is, what happened? What was this ancient civilization about, and what left it in ruin? Why do we only know the story of the Nile Valley from Egypt? And why do we think that Egypt is somewhere separate from Africa? What do we still have and use today that was connected to this time period? We're going to peel back the pages of time and find out. I'm standing here on ancient holy ground, in an area that was once part of the Napatan Kingdom. Today this place is known as Jebel Barku, which is an Arabic term that means holy mountain. It goes by this term because in ancient times, for over 1,000 years, this area was the Kemetic and Kushite religious center of the world. Home to the Nubians, ancient Egyptians, and other traveling Africans.
Jebel Barkal is a very important site, both in the history of Kush and in the history of Egypt, or Kemet if you prefer. The mountain had a particular shape, and both the Egyptians and the Kushites regarded this mountain as the Holy Mountain. That's what the Egyptians called it, the Holy Mountain.
So at Jebel Barkal you have this great ritual religious complex which is set up in a monumental form that we see first when the ruler of Kemet conquers it, when Thutmose III is building his great temple there, and then it continues, and it's in that area that Napata is.
The city of Napata becomes a very important capital during this golden age of Kush. The site has a long history. We can trace it back to the 18th dynasty period of ancient Egypt, where the ancient Egyptians saw it as sacred to their deity Amen.
Really remarkable point in the landscape, and again you have to be in the landscape, or you have to have the photograph of the landscape to understand how different it is and why it attracts attention. And people have different theories about that, but they don't tell us. They just call it the Juwa'ab, and they saw there a certain kind of form of sacredness.
So the influence of the Sudanese Nubians in Egypt is quite clear, but on the other hand, the influence of the Egyptians themselves in traditions, in religion, is still people having different minds of is it originated from there, or is it being acquired or adopted as gods by the Nubians?
So here at Jebel Barkal, in between Upper Kemet and Lower Nubia, we find much shared culture. And there's much debate around whether it started deep in Africa, at the heart of the Nile, and spread upwards, or if it started in the north of Africa, at the bottom of the Nile, and spread down into Africa.
We must have in mind that these political borders were not there.
But the boundaries were constantly shifting in any case, and there'd always been a lot of trade between these two separate states, if you like.
When you talk about Lower and Upper Nubia, you're talking about a span of land where people have got blood relations, and they have got some sort of culturation and acculturation always happening there.
There'd always been a very strong relationship, and to me, the more I look at the cultures from these two separate states, the more similar they actually become. And I think we need to try and move away from some of the images that we see that show Nubia in particular as a very different country. We know for a fact that, as I've said, there was a lot of trade between the two, and that also many of the people would move across the borders effectively over time. So there's always a very strong, close relationship, and at certain times, you know, they were the same thing. They were just one.
It's like the relationship between America and England. England is the mother and father of America. The population of America are predominantly English American. The presidents of America are English American. Even though America is an expression of the European consciousness, the vast majority of people are European, the predominant power is the heritage that England has given it. The Americans acknowledge this. They trace their lineage, if they can, back to England and come back to here. The relationship is a special relationship of power. Though America has power on this earth, England is its mother and father and recognized as such. That is precisely the way that one should look at the relationship between Kemet and Nubia.
The religion of the Kushites is quite interesting. One of the important deities was Amen. Now, Amen is the pronunciation that the Hebrews give it, and some scholars agree to use that pronunciation. Amun is the pronunciation given to it by one of the old European scholars, Plutarch.
In the language of Kemet, the word for hidden is Imen, or Amun is the way that we put it in English. And Amun is the name of God as creator who is everywhere and hidden, combined with Ra'ah, who's the energy of the sun. That's the metaphor for the creator, so Amun Ra'ah. But Amun is the hidden part, very much like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim concept of God as everywhere and invisible.
The sun, the symbol of the creator, was reborn every morning. It reached its highest position in the day at noon, where it was known as Re. Re represented the creator. God, the sustainer of life, on high at its highest point. When the sun set in the west, it was known as Amen. Amen is a Kemetic word which means hidden or concealed.
Amen was supposed to be unseen and therefore very all-powerful also, because Amen was responsible for creation. Amen was responsible for everything, knew everything, understood everything, could foretell everything, and so on, the great omnipotent and omnipresent divinity.
At this religious center, one of the main temples that is still here to be seen today was a temple that was dedicated to Amun. The ram was a sign that was always associated to the worship of Amun. It has been claimed that during the time of these temples, it was the astrological age of the ram, what we know as Aries, and that's why the ram was represented.
They all worshipped God Amun, who was the same god as in Egypt, the state god of the pharaohs, whose main temple was in fact in Napata.
Their deity Amen, they make it quite clear. Amen is a deity coming from Kush. And then during the Kushite Golden Age, they resurrect that same belief system, and then they build monuments sacred to Amen, and then Amen's wife, or Amen's consort, Mut. Mut was the goddess of Amen. What's important here is that same site, the Egyptians had their belief that that's where Amen and Mut came from. So that becomes a very, very important center.
Within the African systems, be they in Kemet, be they in Nubia, or be they in Kush, the male god has an equal and opposite female god. We see this representation in all African cultural systems that flow.
Every Netcher in Kemet had his female counterpart. So I reference a Sar and a Set. They were Netcher who complemented each other. They were co-equals.
They are usually together in families, producing children. We have a man and a woman and a child produced as the union.
We tend to think of the deities as a family. It's not quite so biological, it's more religious.
In the beginning there was only Noon, the original ocean of chaos that contained the beginning of everything to come. Ra, the sun, was born and appeared to rise from the surface of the water. Ra then gave birth to two children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut then had two more children, Nut, the goddess of sky, and Geb, the god of earth. And so with them the physical universe was created. From the union of Geb and Nut, 4 human children were born, and so the story of civilization begun. The Egyptian creation story, in many respects, represents the development of a civilization and the growing of Egypt, I suppose. And it's coming out of something that's very simple and coming out of nature, and then is being developed by man and being developed also into obviously one of the greatest civilizations that there ever was.
The spiritual world represented the physical world. So as it was in heaven, so as it was on earth. The Africans came together in Kemet to build a heaven on earth.
So what you see is this combination of balance and harmony. The essence of what we find within traditional African society is an understanding of the totality of life that is literally matrilineal and is paired with the masculine energy in order to maintain its force and its operation throughout society. If you suppress the female, you suppress 50% of the power of the creator.
It seems to be really important, and in many respects the sort of male and female seem to represent the two different forces coming together. And I suppose it's a bit like the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in some respects.
Because they understood that it wasn't just about gender. It was about the understanding of the energy and how it moves, how masculine energy moves and how feminine energy moves, and how to marry the two, which created balance, life.
The idea was to create a land which was like the land that was up in the skies and beneath the earth. And in that sense, they saw that how they were arranged in families was also how the gods must also be arranged in families, and how the spiritual energies of the universe must also be arranged in families because they are arranged in families.
Three of the most important Neteru in Kemet were Asar, Aset, and Heru.
Or to give them the more usual names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. These three deities originally came from Kush.
These are very, very important triumvirate.
Their stories are as much mythology as they are history.
Now, according to Diodorus Siculus, who was one of the ancient Greek historians, Osiris was originally a community leader of very early Kush. He doesn't call him a king of Kush, but he makes it quite clear he was a leader.
Asar is regarded as the founding father of Kemet. He unified the two lands. He established the first nation-state in the recorded history of humanity. He is said to have introduced writing, the writing which the ancient Kemites referred to as Medu Neter, or the writing of God when it was written, or the words of God when it was spoken. He is also said to have introduced agriculture and theology.
Also decided to take civilization to certain parts of the Nile Valley, as well as to other parts of the world.
Asar married a beautiful Nubian woman by the name of Aset, who was his co-regent, not his inferior, his co-regent. And when Asar decided that he was going to travel to other parts of Africa to share his technology with his brothers and sisters on the continent, he left his wife Aset to run their nation.
And he was very successful, very admired, and this provoked the jealousy of his brother, Set.
And Set then plotted to overthrow his brother Asar.
Set, or Sete in ancient Egyptian, murdered his brother, dismembered his body into 14 pieces, and then scattered those 14 pieces throughout Kemet.
When Aset learned of the murder and dismemberment of her husband, she fled for her life, and then she went searching for the missing parts of her husband's body. Aset found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body, and as she found each body part, she cleaned it, she anointed it with oils, and she laid all 13 parts out, and she literally remembered her husband, wrapped his entire body in bandages, and created the first mummy in the recorded history of humanity. As Aset was preparing to bury her husband, she grieved because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She grieved because she was still a virgin. They had never consummated their marriage, and thus she would never bear children by the man that she loved. And according to the story written on many papyri in Kemet, carved on several temples in Kemet, the spirit of Asar came and impregnated his virgin wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to their son, Heru.
Now, in the case of Isis, or Set, she is the original Virgin Mother, and she is seen suckling Horus. He is shown as a child suckling his mother, and he's wearing the pharaonic headdress, making it clear that he was born a king.
Heru is the son of Osiris, and he's the embodiment of order. He has to take over the kingship, and he has to do that through a struggle.
So Heru was born, the son of a virgin. He was born with a specific purpose in life. That was to restore his father's kingdom, to do battle with his uncle Set and reclaim his father's throne.
Heru would then take up his father's struggle, in a way, against his uncle Seth.
One of those classic battles, not so much between good and evil, it's more a battle between order and anarchy.
And Heru eventually triumphs over Seth.
At that moment, Heru was miraculously transformed into a falcon. He flew into heaven to meet with his father Asar, told Asar of his victory over Set. His father blessed him, and Heru then returned to Kemet as the legitimate heir to the throne. And when he ascended to the throne, the symbol of the Heru Badet, the winged sun disk, was a symbol that was carved above the entrance of every temple in Kemet to serve as a reminder of Heru fulfilling the reasons for which he was born. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne and was crowned the king of Kemet, his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment.
According to Plutarch, what he says about Osiris is that Osiris was associated with the moon, and the moon has its lunar cycle and then disappears at the end of the lunar month, and then 3 days later is then reborn, and this is then the resurrection of Osiris after being dead for 3 days. So Osiris is then the god of death and resurrection.
And Seth, or Zetesh, is never thrown away. He's an important part of the whole series of gods. He's not the annihilating factor.
Set was not purely evil. Set represented the forces of discordance.
Zetesh still has to be there. If you take him away, you're taking away part of reality. But he shouldn't be king. So that balance between Hor and Zetesh is one where Heru, is meant to be very much on top and ruling.
And our ancestors were very inclusive. And they knew for certain that, as I said, there was a little bit of good in the worst of us and a little bit of bad in the best of us. And they represented that in this way.
So the reigning ruler in Kemet, and this is taken over to an extent in Kush, the reigning king is Horus, because he's managed to take over and rule.
I'm here at Naga, at one of the Kushites' most well-preserved sites here today in Sudan.
Temples were really important, both in Kemet and in Kush.
When you began to look at the development of temples, the temples that we find in Nubia, the temples that we find in Egypt, the temples were universities.
In many respects, they were kind of mini universities. So you have your Egyptian elite living in the temples. They were developing languages, they were developing mythology, they were developing the religion.
There were places where the so-called priests, who were actually priest scholars, part of a system of learning.
And the fact that the temples not only acted as places of worship, but places of learning also.
One was the house of the book, and the other one was the house of life, Per Ankh, meaning house of the life, house of life.
The education was holistic. So you couldn't study maths without studying geography or biology. Everything was interconnected.
These priests that came out of these systems were to be the guardians or the custodians of this cultural practice. They were not theoretical religious people. They were individuals who were both warriors, both scholars, and both priests at the same time.
It might be important to look at the system of education as a system of formal learning and the system of socialization as a way, or the way, in which one generation was socialized into the fundamental values and rituals and meaning of life of the community and therefore of the society.
The belief was that you weren't born man or born woman, you were born male or born female. And through the process of passage, then you became male or you became female. The passage was intended to be arduous, rigorous.
They would have had to have gone to the temple and gone through certain rites of passage.
The socialization has to do with becoming an adult, with knowing your roles as an adult.
And the training was both physical, both mental, and both spiritual.
And a lot of this came to rest in the temple, where you had schools in the temple.
The temple itself was not to be worshipped. The people themselves understood that they were the most sacred thing, not the temple.
All the professions were premised upon somebody having completed what is called scribal training. To become a scribe was really to achieve the platform from which other careers took off.
What I also find very interesting and very attractive about the Kushite civilization was that, unlike in Egypt, where it was only the educated classes and the priesthood and so on who could read and write, in Kush they achieved a high level of literacy. That meant that humble people could actually read and write and were encouraged to do so.
In actual fact, I don't think there's any modern equivalent to one of these temples. They were both centres of scholarship, but they were also the centres of religion.
So the custodian, the intellectual custodian, was also a spiritual custodian. Was also the warrior custodian. In times of war, it was they that pulled up their cloth and went to war. It was also they that kept the spirit of that nation alive. It was also they who kept the intellect of that nation alive in books and study. So there was no separation. Kemetian philosophy is so monotheistic. All of it was part of the one science, which is life. This science was not separate from religion. So the science and the religion were combined together.
And it's that understanding that everything is interconnected, which is the spirituality.
Everything in the cosmos, in the universe, is related to everything else. We're all interconnected.
There is an understanding that there is one central energy source, but with different aspects. The aspects are represented by how we call in the Western world gods. But there is never a thinking that there isn't one monotheistic central source or power. There is the understanding, whether you're in Kemet, whether you're in Nubia or in Kush or in any of these kingdoms in the Nile Valley or any of the African kingdoms that follow subsequently, that there is one central source or energy from which everything comes from.
Clearly, they share the same religious beliefs as with the Egyptians, with some additions, so to speak. Some local gods were worshipped, like god Apedemak, a lion god. And you have to remember that lions were common here up until the early 19th century.
These historical sites found here in Africa
are all that's left of the Nubian and Kushite cultures of people who lived all along the Nile Valley.
These ruins are evidence of some of the world's earliest highly developed civilized cultures. These people had an understanding of astrology, medicine, philosophy. They had mapped out the world. They had circumnavigated and understood the planet that they lived on.
We find that the people of the Nile Valley were responsible for developing the first calendar of 365.25 days.
Now, because of the tropical or semi-tropical condition in the Nile Valley, there were clear nights and people could see the stars and the other heavenly bodies. And it is very clear that humanity began to notice patterns. Think about this. How long would it take, for example, for us to understand the movement of the moon?
The moon travels around the Earth every 27.322 days. Because of this, the ancients based their month around a 30-day cycle.
How long will it take for us to work out that the Earth goes around the sun once in every 365.25 days?
The calendar was utilized as late as 4,230 BCE. Now, in order to come to that definitive understanding of how long it takes the Earth to rotate on its orbit around the sun, you have to be able to make celestial observations for at least 1,000 years to identify the patterns, to then correct the patterns, to come up with the most accurate calendar that has ever been used by human beings.
The ancients of the Nile Valley based their year and months around the natural cycles of the universe. Each of their months was connected to an astrological sign, like our zodiac, and so their yearly calendar became a map of the Earth's human, earthly, and heavenly cycles.
And this is where the sense of time, the whole question of the calendar, the year, different months came out of.
So you had groups of people who had time on their hand to observe their environment and then to produce great works that recorded their observations. So you had astronomers.
In terms of astrology, that was always, again, very important to the ancient Egyptians, and when people were born, they would actually have their charts drawn up.
We see water irrigation, we see aqueducts, we see underground heating, swimming pools, we see heated swimming pools.
We had people who studied rocks and minerals, geology.
These very brightly polished ones, that's again a classic Sudanese. I think that particular colour combination, those happen to be the colours of the modern Egyptian flag, but actually it's a very, to me, very Sudanese combination, that clear white with dark and red. Earlier in the history of Kemet, you get a lot of carnelian, the red stone, coming out of Nubia.
Precision drilling, iron smelting, precision iron smelting.
You had people who studied plant cycles, agriculture.
We see papyrus paper, we see glass making, we see stained glass, we see use of gunpowder, not in weaponry, but in religious services and religious rites.
You had people who studied building, how to build structures, what materials are best used to build structures.
This was a great golden age of pyramids, of temples, of writing, scholarship.
We see elements and a good deal of evidence, perhaps of electricity.
You had artisans who were responsible for creating great works of art, sculptures, paintings.
Gold smelting, silver smelting, the creation of refined industries.
These are classic faience beads. This is the colour that most of the material in this tray should look. Faience is simply desert sand, it's quartz sand, but it's ground down and fused at a fairly high temperature, and you add the colour from adding ingredients, so that amazing blue will come from copper filings that have been added in. So there's a very close link between the artists who are producing all of this material and the metal workers, because they're using the filings from the metal workers' floor. So the underpinning of order in Egyptian religious art and in the language is a pedestal. It's a block that looks a bit like kind of a carpenter's plane, something to make things smooth. And the word in the language of Kemet is ma'at. Ma'a is smooth, and it's trying to make things on a smooth path. That seems to be the metaphor they use, and ma'at almost means what is good.
One of the most significant aspects of spirituality in Kemet had to do with the concept of ma'at. Ma'at represented the ubiquitous powers that flow throughout the universe. that maintain the balance, the harmony, and the order throughout the universe and on planet Earth. Ma'at was represented by a female figure with wings and an ostrich feather. One later came to recognize this figure of a human being with wings as a prototype for angels within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Ma'at was fundamental to the Nile Valley because it was its moral code.
The ancient Kemetians believed, as did the Africans from the south, that when one passed from this existence to another, there was a point of spiritual judging. This spiritual judging was to weigh your heart with a feather. The heart had to measure itself and be balanced against a feather.
And you quite literally get the heart being weighed on scales to see if a person is worthy of going through to the next life.
We can actually still see Nubians wearing the feather of Ma'at, showing their connection to this moral order.
The people and the pharaohs tried to establish and maintain Ma'at. And they didn't have a word for evil, because that's, I think, what people think, good and evil, light and dark, do you know what I mean? But the opposite of Ma'at was Isfet, which was unbalanced.
Ma'at, the feather, would then be weighed against a person's heart. And if your heart is heavy and it tips against the feather, it shows that you have done things to have a heavy heart, meaning you're a guilty person.
The idea of the feather was a representation of the female aspect and also of air, but also of the lightness of being, the idea that your heart was not heavy. We still say it now. My heart is not heavy. My heart was light. I had a light heart, a clean soul.
They declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, some of which will sound very familiar to Jews and Christians. Those 42 admonitions were: I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted myself. I have not polluted the land. I have not spoken ill of my neighbor. I have not spoken ill against God. I have not defrauded offerings. As the person's heart was weighed on the scale of Ma'at, as they recited these 42 declarations, if they were true to these declarations, then their heart would be as light as a feather. This is where the concept comes from. And so it means that they would be pronounced Ma'at Keru, true of voice.
The clean soul was the fundamental aspect. We see it represented in all the Kemetian philosophies, which they had taken from their mother from the south.
So the idea then of Ma'at is she represents keeping the law, keeping truth, keeping justice, keeping righteousness, keeping reciprocity.
And what this basically meant is that we had to say that we didn't do these 42 cardinal sins. And once we lived a life that didn't contribute to those, we lived a good life, a righteous life.
This event was recorded in the Book of Judgment by Jehuti, and then in the next scene of this very important document, of which thousands and thousands were produced, because every person who died wanted to have this document to help them be able to recall these 42 admonitions. One of the very last panels shows Heru, the son of Asar, leading the vindicated soul of this person to his father. And it brings to mind the passage in the Bible, I think it's John. So Heru was the way, Heru was the truth, Heru was the light through which the soul of man was brought before the Lord of judgment and then proceeded to go into heaven or hell to experience the next life.
Ma'at is also called Sit Ra'ah, the daughter of Ra'ah, the sun god, the creator. And although you find parallels for that in European Christianity, the church is called the daughter of God, so you can see that kind of idea that the great force that protects good is related to the creator.
So Ma'at represented the means by which a person can achieve their highest spiritual level of understanding.
This wasn't about religion, this was a way of life, of being, of relating to each other, because relationships was our highest value, how we related to ourselves. So before you can relate to somebody else, you have to relate to yourself.
it's often used as a kind of unique force that you don't find in any other society in the world. I'm not sure I believe that, because I think every society defines itself by what it thinks is right. So in Kemet, the word or the language of Kemet for what is right is Ma'at.
All of these ideas and concepts can be traced back to the Nile Valley, to Kemet, to Nubia, at least 1,000 years before the advent of Judaism.
Talking about the importance of spirituality and of spirituality itself, not only to Kemet, Kush, and other places in the Nile Valley, but to all African society that remain African, even unto today. And I think it's important for us to understand that to be African is to be a spiritual being, because our ancestors recognize being spiritual as the fundamental of human existence.
From the start, whether we look at the Nile Valley during the Tarseti, Kemetan, or Kushite period, we see a unifying system of understanding that gave the people their moral core. An understanding that may have changed slightly from generation to generation, but a knowledge of a divine force greater than themselves continued to be at the center of their civilization. Debates still rage about the length and continuation of the Nile Valley cultures and how interconnected they were. What we do know is that over time rulership changed between the different black rulers along the banks of the Nile. It appears that Kemet was roughly 3,000 years old before it had any interference from cultures outside of Africa. Asiatic people known as the Hyksos melted into the Northern Nile society at first, and then by chance took full control of Lower Kemet and ruled for roughly 100 years. During this time, Kemet was inflicted with corruption and a depraved form of leadership. There's still debate around whether they were fully kicked out or not. Society in the Lower Nile Valley continued to come under attack from groups outside of Africa.
When the Assyrians took over Kemet, they attempted to separate Egypt or Kemet from Nubia. Now, this was a hard thing to do since both sets of people were entwined. Their families, their culture, their religion was part of the same culture and religion.
In about 1,000 years BC, the Nubians moved in and took full control of Lower Kemet, bringing the whole region under Kushite protection.
When Kemet got into difficulties, it was the Nubians from the south who came from the south to the north to rescue Kemet.
The Kushites, they decided to go into Egypt and to take control of the situation, to sort things out, to restore traditions, to restore religion, to restore law and order, and to basically remind the people in Egypt who they really were.
They were trying to retake Kemet because Kemet was theirs. It was their bloodline. They were not foreign invaders. They were individuals who were part of the original bloodline, attempting to retake the bloodline and the land which was once their own. So that line of 7 or 8 Nubian kings was an attempt to give an African renaissance, to return Kemet back to African hands after the Assyrians were attempting to cut off Kemet from the Sudan or cut off Kemet from Nubia.
During the period of Kushite rule in Egypt, the way they administered that country was quite interesting. What would happen is the male pharaohs would then rule from the city of Napata. Female rulers would then rule from Waset, which is in Egypt.
In Africa, women didn't rule and men didn't rule. Men and women ruled equally with a co-rulership with different functions, where the woman was fully vested and the man was fully vested.
And what I find interesting and very attractive about this civilization is the fact that women could actually rule in their own right. So they didn't have to be, rulers because they were waiting for a boy king to grow up, or they weren't ruling behind the scenes while, the guy was the king and he was the official ruler. They actually ruled in and of themselves.
Now, who were these female rulers? Some people say that they were the wives of the Kushite pharaohs. Some people say that they were the sisters of the Kushite pharaohs. Whichever be the case, they formed a parallel dynasty, and that dynasty would be aunt being succeeded by her niece, and that kind of line. Iron, the center of that industry, was of course Meroe.
Meroe is already a city, a royal city, when the capital is further north at Napata.
The royal city of Meroe is very important to our understanding of the achievements of the Kushites because it was actually a planned city. It was planned, it had water sanctuary, which are known as the baths, it had temples, and it also had spacious homes on the scale of aristocrats.
Today at this ancient site of Meroe, we can see the most amazing arrangement of pyramids. Here, like in other parts of the Nile Valley, it's still debated whether the pyramids were used just for burials or if they were astrological markers and places for holy rituals.
The city of Meroe dates back to about the 10th century BC, although this is controversial. If one looks at some of the older writers writing in the 19th century, they argue that Meroe is so old that it even predates ancient Egypt. But let's get with the conservative dates, 10th century BC. Scholars who have been to Meroe have all pointed out the same thing, the huge amounts of iron slag.
Meroe was a massive industrial center of antiquity and clearly a major center of iron production.
As a production centre, it's long before the Industrial Revolution, but in a certain way it's an industrial city.
In fact, the early explorers call it Birmingham of Africa.
Now, why the Birmingham of Africa? Well, Birmingham, back in the day, was the centre of England's iron working industry.
As an industrial centre, it was very, very important. The main thing that people think about when they talk about Meroe is iron. There was iron production there. Some people have even said they had steel production.
In this area, it was rich in iron ore, so it allowed Meroe to develop not just as a major political and, with Amun Temple, religious center, but also as a major industrial center, which perhaps traded with countries elsewhere.
There are reports that the Kingdom of Kush had trade routes going as far as India, and that many Nubians settled there, creating an area called Indus Kush.
That makes you look at how people inside Meroe related to one another and to the outside world in a new way.
Meroe has a whole series of pyramids in a very good state of preservation. There are at least 84 pyramids, and it's quite possible that many more have since been found.
I'm standing here in the pyramid complex of Meroe. Here in Sudan, there are over 200 pyramids that have been found here to date. This is almost twice as many as its neighbor in Egypt. These pyramids were built by the Nubians, and this is just one of the complexes that can be seen here today.
Gold and iron were two most important trading products in Kush. Gold has a long history because the reason why Nubia got the name Nubia in the first place is derived from the ancient Egyptian word nub, which means gold.
And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that this is the land of gold. This is where we get gold from.
There was a reputation that the Egyptians had that gold was as plentiful as dust. Wasn't true, but this was a reputation that it developed. But where did the Egyptians get their gold from in the first place? They got them from the Kushite gold mines.
They traded with each other.
Herodotus mentions that gold was used to enchain prisoners. Now, he may well be exaggerating, but since there are images of even mundane things like golden tweezers. The fact that gold would then be used to make tweezers, that shows that it's not a far stretch of the imagination for Herodotus to say that gold would then be used to enchain prisoners.
Many of the things that we think of as advanced culture or advanced technology has its root within Kemet.
We know that pottery was first used in Sudan rather than in Egypt.
The Kushites throughout their whole history were always very good at making pottery. They were very artistic, and their pottery is some of the best in the ancient world. That was also manufactured at Meroe.
This is the great glory of Meroe, the pottery. Much of this has been conserved and restored. What's extraordinary is how thin they're able to make this pottery and how they choose every tradition open to them.
What's amazing here is this pottery is over 2,500 years old, and much of it is still usable today.
This is much more an Egyptian form. That's a little baby feeding cup. That's just the mud of the Nile.
Now, the last ruler, Shepenupet II, was on the throne when the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They made their conquest in 663 BC.
When the last of the Nubian kings, Tawentameni, fought his last conflict with Ashurbanipal, who was the Assyrian king in 664 BCE, we see Kemet being split from the African world, or an attempt to split Kemet from the African world. As the subsequent more barbarous invaders took control of Egypt, the kings of Kush were afraid that their central kingdom would be attacked, would be destroyed. So they moved their capital from Napata to Meroe, which is why Meroe grows when Napata declines.
The kings moved their burial ground, their pyramids, to Meroe, and perhaps they moved the capital city even earlier, around 500–600 BC.
So this dividing line that was set up by the Kushite kings was a matter of defense, a matter of safety.
After this, there are no more black rulers of Egypt. The rulers are now Assyrians or Assyrian puppets.
And essentially the northern part of Kemet became part of the culture and history and civilization of Assyria. Assyria became the focal point, the married line, the feminine line, the female line of Kemet was deliberately usurped by the Assyrian kings.
And therefore Shepenupet II was the last independent black ruler of Egypt.
As the Assyrian kings took control of Kemet, then we have a resurgence in consciousness in Nubia. The Kushite people, the Nubian people in the south, resurged because after 664, perhaps by 590 BCE, there were no further attempts by the Nubians, by the Kushites, to retake Kemet. That's why Meroe had a second renaissance. It had a renaissance before, but that's why it had a second renaissance, because the Kushite kings, the Nubian kings, were no longer trying to take back Kemet. That's why the Meroitic script was resurged.
Now, during the time of Kushite pharaoh Natasen, the Kushites invent this script, which scholars call Meroitic.
And interestingly, they also borrowed from Egyptians the signs for writing their language.
But let's be quite clear. Egyptian hieroglyphics themselves date back to the Tarseti period, which is the first golden age of Nubia. So if we wanted to trace the origin of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we have to go back to very early Nubia.
Basically, for the longest time in Kushite history that we find evidence of writing, they were using the same hieroglyphs as the Egyptians were using. Both cultures used the same. But later on, when the kingdom became more centered in Meroe, they devised their own script.
But they borrow 23 hieroglyphic signs and a number of other demotic signs to write in their own language, which is the second oldest written language in Africa, Meroitic language.
They actually devised two scripts. One is known as the cursive script, and the other one is known now as the Meroitic hieroglyphs.
The script had 23 letters, of which 19 were consonants and 4 were vowels. There was also a word divider, so scholars know when the words began, when the words ended.
And it's only partly deciphered, so there's lots of mysteries in the work.
And there are 900 books and inscriptions written in this old script.
In terms of understanding the language, it hasn't been translated yet, and so that really hampers our understanding of the culture and the religion, and basically how the people saw themselves and what they'd like to say about themselves. There are a couple of people who are trying to decipher the language, and one of the ways that they wanted to do it was to speak to people who today speak what may have been a related language.
Time is running out because a lot of the languages of Africa are not spoken by more than literally sometimes a dozen people. And as the elders die and people don't capture these languages, we won't have that link. People in the landscape won't know what the sound was.
It appears that the Nubian Kushites created this new language to protect the last of their secrets from the invading foreigners. In doing so, they created a greater divide between them and their lost gem of the Nile Valley, Egypt.
Then Egypt is conquered by the Persians in 525 BC.
The Persian kings, like Cambyses, a ruthless and genocidal ruler who took over Persian rulership and then took over rulership in Kemet. This Cambyses attempted to invade Nubia and failed. His army died in the Nubian desert. That which was left was destroyed by the Nubian bows. If you don't know, then you should know that the Nubians were famous for having the longbow. Even before the 14th century Englishman said he created the longbow, I don't know how he came out with creating the English longbow. The longbow was the famous weapon of choice for the Nubian, the Kushite warriors.
Then it's conquered by the Greeks in 332 BC.
Then, of course, after the Battle of Gargamella, in 323 or 325 BCE, Alexander the Great, a Greek, a Macedonian, defeated Darius III. In defeating Darius III, Alexander the Great then became a pharaoh of Egypt.
He took charge of Egypt, which is what we get the name from the ancient Greeks. That's what they called the country.
So the Egyptian world becomes part then of the Greek world.
And following his death, when his kingdom, which was so big it had to be divided up amongst his generals, a general called Ptolemy took charge of Egypt, and initially as a satrap, as an official who was ruling there, and then later as a king.
The Macedonian rulerships, Ptolemy, etc., he was a Macedonian Greek general, married into the Egyptian bloodline. Married into the female Egyptian bloodline, producing Egyptians who are Greek and Egyptian at the same time and facing towards Greece.
And he founded really the last resident dynasty of pharaohs.
So then Egypt then became even more divorced. And then, of course, there is the classic story. Whether or not there is historical accuracy to it is another matter, although we do have references to it, of Alexander's attempt to invade Nubia and the Candace Amerinus with elephants and warriors preventing him from invading Nubia. We have that recorded under several Greek scholars. The Macedonian rulers of Egypt did not conquer Nubia. Nubia remained essentially intact.
The Greeks had had a lot of contact with Kemet, and they saw Kemet as a place where they would go to learn. So many of the famous Greek philosophers, mathematicians, scientists, playwrights, all went to Egypt to actually learn from the Egyptian priests.
The Greek rulership did not affect the religious systems in the same way that Christianity and Islam did.
The Romans started to interfere with Egypt about 100 BC. And that was because this Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty Cleopatra was the last ruler of that dynasty, had started to have a lot of dynastic feuds. So brothers and sisters had been sort of arguing and vying for the throne. One person would be exiled, somebody else would take control. And the Romans were starting to become increasingly powerful, and quite often the ruler who'd been exiled would actually run to the Romans and ask them to put them back on the throne.
Then it's conquered by the Romans in 30 BC.
For the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians were Africans, and when you get depictions of Egyptians, they're always shown people with black skin, afro hair, sort of small noses, broad faces, full mouths. So they actually sort of have a caricature almost of what they see as an Egyptian. And the Greeks often confused Egypt with Ethiopia, so they'll quite often call the Egyptians Ethiopians. So obviously somebody with a dark face. And when they showed Ethiopians, they showed them in exactly the same way that they showed Egyptians as Africans. So there was no question at all that Egypt was an African country. It certainly wasn't seen to be European by either the Greeks or the Romans.
Now, the Romans and the Greeks and the Assyrians and the Persians came to Egypt because Egypt was the breadbasket of the world. The control of Egypt and the granaries of Egypt was fundamental to the control of any civilization that attempted to control the world. Not only that, but Egypt, through its trade relations with the South, had control and access to the minerals of the South, the iron, the copper, the gold, the silver. The Roman system of coinage was based on gold and silver. Therefore, they needed access to the mines of the South. So the control of Egypt was fundamental in getting the trade from the gold and silver from the South to the North. So therefore, the control of Egypt was fundamental. Egypt was the most wealthy nation in the world, and it remained so through Assyrian, Persian, Greek, or Roman rulership. Egypt still was the most wealthy, not just in terms of gold and silver, which was, you know, tenuous in terms of its commodity value, but in terms of grain, wheat. Rome as a civilization, like the Greek civilization, did not produce enough food to sustain itself.
The Romans saw Egypt, and the reason they really wanted Egypt so much was that it was a grain source for their armies.
When Kemet was invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, they effectively ruined the country. They used it not for itself, they used it for their own country. So, for example, when the Romans were ruling in Kemet, they took all the grain from there and sent it to Rome as dole for their people, because the Romans had a dole system where they would give people bread to keep them quiet. That was their dole. And all the grain that made that bread came from Kemet. So basically they ruined the country completely.
But they also traded things like animals, obviously for their gladiatorial fights. A lot of the African animals were shipped over to Rome because the Romans saw Egypt as this sort of exotic and interesting, sort of another world almost. It wasn't just another country, it was a completely different world to the one that they were used to.
So when you overexploit a country like that and you take all of its resources and you use it for another country, obviously there's going to be nothing left for that country. And over time, Egypt became poorer and poorer, and I feel that this ultimately led to the final downfall.
So the relationship between Egypt and Rome was fundamental in Roman survival. Not in Egyptian survival, in Roman survival.
I think Egypt was crucial to Rome's development, both from a political point of view in that it gave it a very important and very wealthy territory, but also because a lot of people in Rome became very interested in Egyptian religion and Egyptian cults. And also, they must have been learning from people in Egypt, as the Greeks had learned from people in Egypt. So I think that Egypt was actually very important for Rome, certainly Rome's early development.
But all of this means, of course, that Egypt is getting more cut off from its neighbour from the south. It sees its relationship as being north. Its connections are northward, not southwards. It sees the south as a trade route, a source of supplies and minerals and grain. And we see further connections between the royalty, the royal families, the political people of Egypt, and we see with the south, because the south has cut itself off and it's been cut off.
Now, the conquests of Egypt changed the population. And so Egypt was already moving into an Afro-Asian direction.
The calendar was actually adopted by the Romans. They decided to adopt the Egyptian calendar, so we've actually taken that from obviously the Romans then spreading throughout Europe. So actually Rome's quite a key and important player in us today learning about ancient Egypt, because it adopted so many different parts of its knowledge and culture and was very, very keen to promote it.
So as Rome tightens its hold on Egypt, and the failed attempt by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar to produce a line of individuals, that line being destroyed by Octavian or Augustus Caesar.
And at that point, finally, Egypt loses its last resident ruler, Cleopatra.
The line of pharaohs abolished. It's at that point that we have the end of dynastic Egypt under Roman rulership.
And it's after that point, when Rome takes control, that we start to, in many respects, I suppose, see the downfall of Egypt and the demise of Egyptian culture.
Meanwhile, in Kush, the pharaonic culture continues.
One of the great things about the Sudanese Meroitic Kingdom, they're one of these kingdoms that keep the Romans out. It's one of the kingdoms that the Roman Empire tried to conquer and failed to conquer.
I think also the further south that the Romans went, obviously, the further away they're going from the Mediterranean and from Europe, and so arguably the more difficult that would become for them.
I'm standing in the center of the once great city of Miro. Behind me is a temple dedicated to Amun.
Excavations done here in the 90s reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf, a remnant of Merowe's immense gold trade. At the heart of this ancient city, we find the remains of its spiritual center. Here, Amen was revered in temples of the highest splendor.
When they moved here, they built another temple to this god, the largest, as I said, apart from Napata, in the Sudan, which unfortunately now is in a ruined state, as most of the site is.
The royal city was walled with gates and towers. And one of the old sources makes it clear that the population of Meroe supported at least 200,000 soldiers and 4,000 artisans. And that would give us some kind of indication of what scale of city that we're talking about. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, made reference to a violet-scented fountain where people would wash and they would bathe in these aromatic salts. And the Liverpool expedition at the beginning of the 20th century excavated in Meroe and found that Herodotus was probably talking about this bath that shares affinities with the Roman bath. What's interesting about this capital is that only a tiny fraction of it has actually been excavated.
Perhaps I am standing right now on the ruins on the temple, which is still to be discovered.
In truth, at least 90% of it is still to be found.
I hope to do it in the coming years. We did some preliminary sondages, and we found, again, domestic remains, but also a fragment of a temple from maybe 300 BC, so we hope to find it.
So we can only infer from the little bit that we've seen so far, and the little bit that we've seen so far is very, very impressive.
Hidden under the desert surface of this ancient temple are the tile remains of its ancient modern beauty. Much of this area is covered with these types of tiles.
The modern-day neglect of these temples is only equaled by the invading nations that came in and replaced religions and took over the land of these areas.
The Nubian and Kushite culture began to slowly decline as the invading nations took control of the surrounding areas. As Rome became Christian, it began to spread its New World religion throughout its empire, taking religious control of the Nile Valley.
For the essential part, Kush remained essentially unchristianized. However, on the eastern side of Sudan, in a place called Aksum, they created a Coptic religious system. This Coptic religious system, though essentially African, had a different philosophical base to it than that which had been there present, and a different thinking process to that which had been there present.
The last of the Kushite pyramids is around 300 and something AD. And so it would seem that the last burials of the Kushites coincides with the punishing of the Red and the Black Noba by Emperor Ezana of Aksum.
This Aksumite kingdom was the kingdom that in 320 AD, CE, was the kingdom that eventually conquered Kush.
The end of Kush brought the end of roughly 5,000 years of royal culture in the Nubian lands of the Nile Valley. So as we look back over this ancient world, we can say that the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley had a civilization that lasted longer than the society we are part of today. At its peak, it had reached a great level of spiritual, social, economic, and structural development. This was a civilization of religion, astrology, medicine, philosophy, architecture, art, engineering, mathematics, and much of what was passed down to us from the Greeks and Romans actually came from the legacy of the Africans of the Nile Valley.
سلومي يوندوش ملكم هذا
Hello, I'm Salome. Welcome to Salome Styles. I'm your host and producer, and we'll be bringing you the latest in fashion and the designers who create them. Let's start on the runway.
Africa.